Hello?
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Great. Give me just a few moments.
Do you want me to put the video on?
Yeah, that's fine. I don't care.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. My daughter unplugged my computer to charge her phone, and my computer's dead, so I'm using my phone.
Okay,
I apologize for that.
that's all right. I'm assuming you're charging your computer as we speak.
I just plugged it in. Yes.
All right.
So we got all the exhibits right here. We really don't need them.
All right. Is everybody ready to go?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Yes, Your Honor.
Turn it off.
Yes.
And Ms. Wiesenthal, are you ready to go?
I'm ready to go.
All right. And okay. We're on the record in consolidated proceeding numbers 23G-0153TO and 23G-0154TO. My name is Connor Farley. I'm the administrative law judge assigned to this proceeding. It is approximately 9 a.m. on September 27th, 2023. And this remote hearing is being webcast. I will take appearances starting with staff, please.
Your Honor, my name is Jennifer Hayden with the Attorney General's Office. With me is my co-counsel, Jeremy Johnston. For staff witnesses present today, we have investigators Joe Potts and Lloyd Swint.
Thank you and welcome to all of you. Now appearance by the respondent in this case, please.
Greg Tucker, attorney for Slade Dick. No.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker, and welcome. Are you, I'm assuming you're also representing the corporate entity that was filed or that was identified as, well, in the CPAN, is that correct?
I do represent SNR Towing as well.
Okay, great. Thank you. This remote hearing was scheduled in decision number R23-0579-I that issued on September 1st, 2023. Of course, this hearing was continued from a prior date at the request of the respondent, which request was granted. I'm not sure how many witnesses we have today, but I'm assuming that there's agreement that this hearing should only last at most one day and probably shorter than that. Is that correct? And I'll start with you, Ms. Hayden.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Tucker, do you have any difference of opinion there?
I do, Your Honor. A lot of what the PUC is claiming to revoke the license is based on criminal charges, of which 5 have been dismissed.
Yeah, 5 have been dismissed.
Have been dismissed, and there's some pending. And I think that, I'm not the criminal attorney, defense attorney on those cases, but I don't know how we can proceed until those get resolved. And I don't want to continue this any longer than anybody wants to, but I don't know how you can make a decision based on allegations, of which I was, and the reason, and I don't really do criminal defense, but I was a witness to one of them that got dismissed. And I don't know how we can proceed until those get resolved. And I don't want to ask for more continuances, but that's a large part of this whole situation is these have not been resolved and they're pending in court right now.
Okay, Ms. Hayden, do you have a response?
I do, Your Honor. The matters before the commission today are not based on criminal charges. In fact, these are administrative proceedings based on civil penalties that were assessed by the PUC. Basically, 2 CPAN civil penalties were assessed in this matter for failing to comply with PUC regulations, in the fact that there was no insurance present and no permit to tow at the times that these civil penalties were imposed, and have no bearing on Mr. Dick's criminal matters.
Your Honor,
Hold on, Mr. Tucker. Let me follow up with Ms. Hayden. Ms. Hayden, I understand what you're saying, and that the allegations and the counts don't appear to me to have anything to do with any pending criminal charges against Mr. Dick. First of all, I'm correct about that, aren't I?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. In your evidentiary presentation, do you plan to bring up any of the criminal charges against Mr. Dick? Perhaps in arguing for one penalty versus another?
Yes, Your Honor. I think that they are pertinent for the commission to hear when imposing possible penalty when we get to that stage, if the commission's willing to hear those.
Okay, so Mr. Tucker, it sounds like you don't want to ask for a continuance, but you are. Do I understand you correctly?
Yeah, Your Honor, we got a kind of a document dump. It's not a ton of documents, but last week I went through this and they're claiming that he stole an HVAC, he stole a Subaru, a tow trailer. And there's lots of allegations that we haven't had time to, and I'm not the defense attorney. They haven't been resolved. And to say that this is all about fines is not correct. If you look at the index and you look at like the documents they provided, there's a lot of allegations in there. No, hold on, Slade. Let me do my job. And I'm sorry, Judge, that I'm on my cell phone, but this is, in my opinion, premature, and the defense attorneys need to figure out the HVAC and the Subaru, the Nissan, the trailer. Everything that they're claiming. There's an RV involved in this too. And to say this is just civil penalties is incorrect.
Okay. How much time are you looking for, Mr. Tucker?
Well, I think when's your Slade? When are you going to court?
So they rescheduled, I think the 27th is next month. I'd have to get up my calendar here and I'd have to see. But I think the 27th is when they want to do it.
I think the 27th is when the hearings are going to be conducted according to Slade. I mean, I'm again, Judge, I'm not the defense attorney, so I don't know. You think it's the 27th?
I think so. I don't have a calendar in front of me though, so I can't give him an exact answer. I can get the date for you, but yeah, it'd be around the 27th, I believe, because they continued it to another date because they had some stuff they had to review before we even took it into the courtroom. So,
Okay, so Mr. Tucker, it sounds like you're asking through at least, I'm assuming it's October 27th, a month from today. Do I have that right, that you're seeking a continuance?
Is it October 27th?
yeah, I think
Yeah.
so. So
Okay.
then that or the 17th, but yeah, I mean, that would be adequate time because
It was the 17th or the 27th. He doesn't know, Judge. I'm sorry, but
Okay. All right, well, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to deny your motion for continuance. We're going to go forward. To the extent, well, first of all, Ms. Hayden has already said that any allegations against Mr. Dick, criminal allegations, I'm putting words in your mouth, Ms. Hayden, but are not relevant to the counts against Mr. Dick doing business as S&R Affordable Towing LLC. To the extent, and I'm not ruling on this, to the extent they are relevant at all in this proceeding, it has to do with the penalty phase of this. So what that means is, to the extent I find in favor of the complainant here, the commission, on their two counts, and find liability there, then Ms. Hayden has said that they're planning on bringing forward the allegations, the fact of the allegations against Mr. Dick. And I'm sure, Mr. Tucker, you're going to be able to argue as to why those allegations should not have any bearing on whatever penalty is imposed, to the extent that I find liability. So with that, the oral motion for another continuance is denied, and we're gonna move forward. Is there anything else that anybody would like me to address before we get into the evidence? Here, I'll start with Ms. Hayden.
No, Your Honor, nothing from staff.
Okay, and Mr. Tucker?
no, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody want to make an opening statement? The CPAN is not detailed, but I've done these a lot, and they don't really need to be detailed for my purposes. So I'm not sure there's a benefit, at least from complainant, to me in making an opening statement, but I'm willing to sit here and listen to any opening statement that anybody wants to make. So, Ms. Hayden, do you want to make an opening statement?
No, Your Honor, the staff would waive an opening statement.
Okay, Mr. Tucker, again, I'm happy to sit here if you want to provide an opening statement, but do you want to make one?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so Ms. Hayden, you may go ahead and call your first witness.
Your Honor, staff calls investigator Joe Potts to the stand.
Thank you, and Mr. Potts, welcome. And please raise your right hand and answer the following question. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Potts, if you could state your name for the record and then spell it as well, that would be helpful.
Joseph Potts, Joseph, last name Potts.
Thank you. And Mr. Potts, is there anybody in the room where you're providing this testimony with you while you're providing the testimony?
No, sir.
Okay, to the extent that changes, please let me know. Further, if anybody tries to communicate with you other than in person, and I'm thinking electronically during your testimony regarding your testimony, please let me know that as well, okay?
Will do.
Thank you very much. Ms. Hayden, you may proceed.
Good morning, Investigator Potts. How are you employed?
I'm a criminal investigator with Public Utilities Commission.
And that's your current position?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you briefly describe your duties as a criminal investigator with the Public Utilities Commission?
I perform inspections on motor vehicles as well as follow up on complaints or transportation carriers that are regulated by the Public Utility Commission.
Okay. Investigator Potts, how did you come to be assigned these two cases that bring us to a hearing today?
Well, I was assigned to a regulatory complaint that was filed in November of 2002 involving this respondent. The outcome of that investigation was actually referred to the La Plata County Attorney's Office for Criminal Prosecution. However, while that case remained open and active as part of my case file.
Excuse me, Judge, I'm going to object to any comments about criminal investigations.
I'm going to overrule that objection and allow the testimony. Go ahead, Mr. Potts.
Okay. But Judge, just for the record, he hasn't been convicted of anything. And I think bringing up criminal investigations is inappropriate. We live in the United States. You're not guilty until you've been proven guilty. And this is the problem that we've got going on. And I don't think it's appropriate to talk about criminal investigations until he's been proven guilty in a court of law and his defense attorney has an opportunity to already got him out of 5 trials. I just don't think it's appropriate to talk about any criminal investigations.
Understood, Mr. Tucker. I've overruled your objection. I will assign the appropriate weight, if any, to this testimony. At this point, Mr. Potts is just providing background as to how we got to where we are today. But rest assured, I will assign the appropriate weight to this testimony in making my decision. So, Mr. Potts, you may continue with your testimony.
While that case remained a part of my active case file, I was made aware that the respondent's towing permit he got back into compliance with his permit and it was reactivated. However, about a month later, the permit was suspended once again. I reached out to my contacts that were assisting me in the original case with the Durango area law enforcement, made them aware of the suspended towing permit, and asked them to follow up with me if they had observed this respondent towing vehicles at this time in which the permit was suspended.
Thank you, Mr. Potts. And that is in a specific investigation to PUC violations, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. As part of your investigation, were you aware of an order of summary suspension and complaint and notice letter that was sent to Mr. Dick?
Yes, I am.
Can we please look at Staff's Exhibit 101? Mr. Potts, can you see this?
Yes, I can.
Can you describe what this is?
This is a letter that is mailed out when the Public Utility Commission is in receipt of a cancellation notice for a transportation carrier.
Is this a true and correct copy of the records maintained by the commission?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, staff would move to admit Staff's Exhibit 101.
Any objection, Mr. Tucker?
To remove it.
No objection.
Okay, 101 is admitted.
Investigator Potts, when was this order dated?
February 6, 2023.
And what information does this order of summary suspension contain or provide to Mr. Dick?
First paragraph notifies them, you are hereby notified that the commission is in receipt of a cancellation notice from your insurance or surety company to cancel your insurance or surety coverage as noted below. It also-
Was there, go
Oh,
ahead.
go ahead. I'm sorry.
So a notice of cancellation of insurance was received by the PUC, correct?
That's correct.
And that's what generates this letter.
Yes, ma'am.
Is a towing operator, such as SNR Affordable Towing, required to carry insurance at all times?
Yes, they are.
What is the address on this letter, Investigator Potts?
1640 County Road 514, Ignacio, Colorado.
And are you familiar with this address?
Yes, I am.
Do you know what happened to SNR Towing's permit for failing to have insurance?
Their permit was suspended and then revoked.
Did SNR Towing ever provide proof of insurance during the time of your investigation?
No, they did not.
And thus you issued 2 CPANs in these cases, correct?
That's correct.
And did you serve Mr. Dick with copies of those CPANs?
Yes, I did.
And how did you provide service?
I served him personally.
Was anyone else with you?
Yes, there was.
Who was with you?
Investigator Swint, Investigator Seeger, and we also had a deputy with the La Plata County Sheriff with us.
Okay, how'd that go?
Respondent was understandably agitated and confused. And we had a little bit of an argument in his front yard explaining the reason why we were there and what we were serving to him. However, once we explained everything to him and got him to calm down a little bit, he ended up signing for receipt of service on these 2 CPANs.
Okay, so I'm turning my volume up. Thank you.
Yeah, you're kind of mumbling a little, Mrs. Potts. Could be a little more order.
So, Mr. Potts, that was Ms. Wiesenthal, who is our court reporter, who, since this is a remote hearing, she's appearing remotely as well. I think if you can get a little bit closer to your microphone, that might be helpful. It also might be helpful for you to slow down just a little bit and enunciate a little bit more. As you know, and for everybody else's benefit, Ms. Wiesenthal is here is to get an accurate transcript of everything that's being said while we're on the record. So it's important for all of us to speak clearly, enunciate, and try to be as close as possible to our microphones within reason, of course. So please go ahead, Ms. Hayden.
Investigator Potts, did this take place at that Ignacio address?
Yes, it did.
Okay. And how did you obtain that address?
This address was filed as an operational address with the commission for this tow company. It also happens to be Mr. Dick's personal residence, where it was at the time.
Okay. What type of business is SNR Towing engaged in?
It's a towing operation.
Okay. And is that an industry that is regulated by the PUC?
Yes, it is.
And just to reiterate, Mr. Potts, what is your role with the PUC?
I'm a criminal investigator.
And how long have you been in that role?
It'll be 2 years in November.
Okay. In regards to the current cases before the commission, do you know whether or not SNR Towing had an active permit to tow during this time?
No, they
I'm
didn't.
gonna check to form.
Mr. Tucker, what was the matter with the form of that question?
I think that calls for a legal conclusion. I'm sorry, I objected just to form, but I think that calls for a legal conclusion.
Okay.
You can overrule it. We're gonna get to that answer here very shortly.
I've quite frankly forgotten what the question was. So why don't I overrule it? Ms. Hayden, you can go ahead and ask again. And Mr. Tucker, if you want to reiterate your objection, please do.
Investigator Potts, do you know whether or not SNR Towing had an active permit to tow during this time?
Yes, I did. I did know.
Okay, was there an active permit in place during the dates of offense?
No, there was not a permit in place.
Let's take a, please look at staff's exhibit 102. Investigator Potts, can you describe what this is?
This is the IFM's composite report. It stands for Information Management System, and it's a system that manages the information for each of our transportation carriers.
And is this something that you work with regularly in your position as an investigator with the PUC?
Yes, it is.
Is this IFM's a true and accurate copy of the records maintained by the commission?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, staff would move to admit staff's exhibit 102.
No objection.
Thank you. 102 is admitted.
Investigator Potts, when reviewing page 1 of this IFM's report, what towing entity does this relate to?
SNR Affordable Towing, LLC.
Okay, and that's the same company or LLC that you issued the CPANs to, is that right?
That's correct.
And does it indicate the status of SNR Towing's ability to tow their permit?
Yes, it does.
And what is its status?
It says it's revoked.
Does this IFM's report contain contact information for the business itself?
Yes, it does.
And what is the listed business address for SNR Towing?
1640 County Road 514 in Ignacio, Colorado.
And were you able to validate that address?
Yes, I was.
Okay. That's where you serve process, right?
That's correct.
Okay. If we continue, if we may take a look at page 3 of this IFM's report. Towards the bottom of page 3, after all these addresses listed, what other information is contained in this IFM's report?
The telephone number for the tow carrier.
And were you able to validate whether that telephone number was correct or not?
Yes, I was.
And how do you know?
I believe this is the phone number that I used when I spoke with Mr. Dick over the phone.
Okay, thank you. On the following page 4.
Let me just ask a quick clarifying question. Mr. Potts, which phone number did you use? The business phone or the OPR storage phone?
To be honest with you, I'm not sure which one it was. I know that at the time the respondent was having some issues with his telephone. So I can't say for certain which line it was.
But you were able to speak with the respondent on one of these phone numbers?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Ms. Hayden, go ahead.
And Investigator Potts, for clarification, when at the top of, or excuse me, at the bottom of page 3, looks like there's a business phone indicated and that storage phone, is that right?
That's correct.
And then on the top of page 4, does the business phone also listed, is that the same as the storage phone?
Yes, it is.
And you were able to establish contact by telephone with Mr. Dick, is that right?
I believe, and if memory serves me correctly, I may have called this number and left a message, but return phone calls may have come from a different number due to the phone issues that were ongoing. But this is how I was able to initially establish communication with the respondent.
Is a towing character required by commission rules to keep a current phone number on file with the commission?
Yes, they are.
Okay, and this is a case where Mr. Dick was not cited for failing to have a correct phone number listed, is that right?
That's correct, he was not.
Okay. On page 4, who is the designated agent?
Slade Dick.
Okay, and a bit further down that page, thank you. Who is the related person?
Slade Dick.
And what is that, what's his relationship to SNR Towing?
He's the owner or operator.
Okay. Is there anybody else listed?
No, there was not.
Okay. Does the IFMS report also contain information about insurance records filed with the PUC?
Yes, it does.
Could we please take a look at page 6? And looking at page 6, what kind of information is contained in that insurance information section?
It provides the insurance carrier's information and the effective and cancellation dates for each policy.
Okay. What insurance company insured S&R Affordable Towing up to the date of during the time of your investigation?
He was previously insured by the Prime Insurance Company up until the 14th of February.
Okay. And then what happened on the 14th of February?
The insurance policy had canceled.
Okay. And circling back, that's why the PUC issued that order of summary suspension, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so on that cancellation date, and as indicated in that suspension letter, is that the same date that insurance for S&R towing is effectively canceled?
That's correct.
And is the permit suspended from that?
I'm sorry, Judge, I'm gonna have to object. That's a conclusion of law that you'll have to make.
I'm going to overrule and allow Mr. Potts to testify about this. Go ahead, Mr. Potts.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Let's see, what did according to commission rules, the cancellation date of insurance is effective on the date this IFMS report is indicated. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. I do want to come back to this. Can we please recall staff's exhibit 101? Can we scroll down a little bit? Thank you. Investigator Potts, this is the previously entered staff's exhibit 101 that you had testified to, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Does this provide information as to when a cancellation notice becomes effective?
Yes, it does.
And what is that based on?
The cancellation date.
Okay. Is that cancellation date included in this letter that was sent to Mr. Dick?
Yes, it is.
And can you point that out to us on this staff's exhibit 101?
It's located near the top of the screen as it currently is, showing February 14th, 2023.
Okay. Is there any further explanation that relates to that cancellation date?
It informs the carrier that they are scheduled for an upcoming hearing at a later date. I believe here it says February 22nd.
Okay. And I'd like to take you back up to that first paragraph that starts with unless. You had previously testified a transportation carrier does have to have active insurance at all times. Is that right?
That's correct.
What happens if they don't have that? Unless the
insurance cancellation is cured, the permit is revoked or suspended.
Okay. And does a permit get suspended prior to a revocation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what is the title of this staff's hearing exhibit 101?
Summary and suspension.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Returning to the IFMs that we were just discussing. That's,
Let me just interject, Ms. Hayden,
yes,
just really quickly, as long as we're here. So, Mr. Potts, where in this letter, well, I understood you to say that this letter suspended Mr. Dick's permit to conduct tows pending a hearing on February 22nd, at which a determination would be made as to revocation of his permit. Do I have that right?
That's correct. It's a show cause hearing.
Okay. And I'm trying to, maybe it's up above. I'm trying to figure out where it says that his permit is suspended pending that hearing in this letter. There's a lot of words here, and I think you know this better than I do. So where does it say this?
It says it's beginning with, unless proper evidence of insurance or surety coverage is received in this office by February 14th, 2023, your transportation carrier authority or operating right is similarly suspended effective on that date.
Got it.
I can continue
Understood.
repeating it too.
I got it. Thank you very much. I apologize for the interruption. Go ahead, Ms. Hayden.
thank you. Ms. Investigator Potts, will you continue to read the next sentence?
All operations under such authority or operating right must cease on or after February 14th, 2023, until proper evidence of insurance or surety coverage is filed with the commission.
And Investigator Potts, was that insurance ever filed during your investigation?
No, it was not.
Investigator Potts, the
Your Honor, I'm going to form. We can continue, but
We did.
I know I'm just subjecting to form.
Okay. The objection's overruled. Go ahead, Ms. Hayden.
thank you. Investigator Potts, the administrative law judge made reference to a show cause hearing. What is a show cause hearing?
That's an opportunity for the carrier to appear with insurance.
Okay. And is that information relayed in this letter as well?
Yes, it is.
And was SNR Affordable Towing afforded a show cause hearing?
Yes, they were.
What was the result of those show cause hearing,
The permit was revoked.
Okay. Thank you, Investigator Potts. If we could return to hearing exhibit, staff's exhibit 102. Okay. As we continue to work our way through staff's exhibit 102. We left off on the insurance coverage. That's what triggered the show cause hearing, correct, Mr. Investigator Potts?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so under that insurance information, where did we leave off? You had indicated that Prime Insurance Company was the insurer at the time, is that right?
That is correct.
And then in this IFMS report, when does it indicate that their insurance was canceled?
February 14th, 2023.
Okay. If we could take a look at page 7 of this IFMS report. What does this explain to us, Investigator Potts?
It shows us the resolution of each show cause hearing.
Okay, and what was the result of that show cause hearing?
It was revoked.
And this is a revocation of the permit, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. All right. And because of why did you issue CPANs in these cases?
We were made aware of tows that were being performed at a time in which the permit was suspended.
And is that in violation of a commission rules?
Yes, it is.
All right.
So let
Investigator
me
Potts,
just, let me interject because something's confusing me. Could we, Ms. Federico, could we go back to page 6, please, on this? So under the insurance information, maybe we already covered this and I was doing something else and missed this, so I apologize if that's the case, but the last 2 lines under insurance information shows National Indemnity Company with an effective date of April 6, 2023 and a cancel date of March 16th, 2023. Can you just help me understand this, Mr. Potts?
Ultimately, insurance was filed in February, or excuse me, in April. No, I'm sorry. It looks like 2 forms of the respondent's insurance were filed with the Public Utility Commission in April. I don't know why it shows a cancellation date of March 16th, 2023. The offenses for these CPANs occurred at the end of February of 2023.
Okay.
I can't explain the way it was filed and why it reads the way it was, but that's not my department.
Understood. So what are forms H and E? Insurance forms?
That is correct.
And what are they for?
Usually one is a liability insurance, one is a garage keeper's form, and then I believe workers' compensation.
Okay, Ms. Federico, could we go up 1 page to page 5, please? Maybe could we go up 1 more page, please? All right, I thought I'd seen something in here which might reveal to us what H and E are specifically, but I'm not seeing it right now. So in any event, why don't you go ahead, Ms. Hayden?
thank you. Could we please return to page 6 for clarification? And Investigator Potts, did you issue 2 CPANs in these cases?
Yes, I did.
And what were the dates of offense for those?
February 24th, 2023 and February 28th, 2023, respectively.
Were both those CPANs issued after the insurance cancellation?
Yes, they were.
Okay. Investigator Potts, I'd like to walk through each CPAN individually in the order in which it happened.
Okay.
So if we could take a look at what was the date of offense for the first CPAN you issued?
I believe it was February 24th, 2023.
Okay. And do you remember what type of vehicle that or what kind of
I believe that was a red Nissan or burgundy colored Nissan.
okay. And then the commission assigned that to a case ending in 0154, right?
That's correct.
We take a look at staff's hearing exhibit 103. Investigator Potts, can you describe what this is?
This is a civil penalty assessment notice, complaint to appear.
And what is a civil penalty assessment or notice?
It is a fine.
Okay. Is this a true and correct copy of the records maintained by the commission?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, staff moves to admit staff's exhibit 103.
No objection.
Thank you. 103 is admitted.
Investigator Potts, can you explain to us what the first violation is as it relates to towing the red Nissan?
Alleges that a tow was performed at a time in which there was no insurance information on file for the respondent.
And how did you know that the insurance policy for S&R towing was not active at the time?
I checked the IFM system.
Okay. And as part of your investigation, what steps did you take to find that out?
I continued to check that every day during this time period to see if insurance would ever be uploaded.
Okay. And did that change ever?
No, it didn't.
Okay. Can you explain the second violation as it relates to the towing of this red Nissan?
It alleges that a tow was performed at a time in which the permit was inactive.
Okay. When you initially began your investigation, was it your understanding that SNR Towings was operating without a valid permit?
Yes, it was.
And how did you learn that the permit was suspended?
I researched it in the FM system.
Okay. Was that a result also of the February 6th letter that was marked as Staff's Exhibit 101?
That is correct. That's
Okay.
how I was first made aware of it.
Did you receive any additional information as part of your investigation related to the tow of this red Nissan?
Yes, I did.
Excuse me. Can we please look at Staff's hearing exhibit number 104? Investigator Potts, what is this?
This is a copy of a police report that I received from the La Plata County Sheriff.
Is this a true and correct copy of the records received and maintained by the commission?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, staff would move to admit Staff's Exhibit 104.
No objection.
104 is admitted.
Investigator Potts, as part of your investigation, what did you learn from this report?
That the respondent was observed on February 25th, 2023, the early morning hours, towing a vehicle.
Okay. And did you learn anything else?
Yes, the officer actually made contacts with the respondent and had a conversation with him regarding his permit status.
Okay. Was there any indication that there was an insurance issue at that time?
Yes, there was.
Okay. And was that acknowledged by Mr. Dick at the time?
It was.
Okay. My apologies. Did I move to admit exhibit number 104?
You did, and it's been admitted.
Thank you. Can we please pull up staff's hearing exhibit 105?
That's the one that's a video, right?
It is.
Okay, it might take me a second. Does it have sound or just video?
It does have sound.
Okay, sometimes those take me a second to get them shared correctly, so just a few minutes of your patience would be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Federico. Take your time. No, not too much.
Your Honor, we were not able to pull up that video, but I'll see what it shows.
Okay.
May I continue while we wait?
Yes.
Uh,
But just be aware Ms. Federico's working, so if you need her to do anything in this interim period, that will create difficulties. So, but go ahead.
Understood, Your Honor. I'm just trying to tee it up. Investigator Potts, did you have an opportunity to request the deputy's body-worn camera in this case?
Yes, I did.
And were you provided that information?
Yes, I was.
Did you have an opportunity to review this as part of your investigation?
Yes, I did.
And was this body-worn camera consistent with the report that you received?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, staff would move to admit staff's exhibit 105.
Oh, hold on, Your Honor. I mean, do you know what this is? Oh, okay, no objection, Your Honor.
105 is admitted.
Your Honor, staff would request to publish this exhibit to the commission.
Can you see the screen of it right now, the frozen screen, the pause screen?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna play it. If you can't hear it, just chime in and let me know.
Thank you, Ms. Federico.
Your Honor, we can't hear anything and nothing's happening.
And that's the same for me. Ms. Federico will let us know.
Sorry, I can hear it and I can play it. Let me try one more thing. Let me know if you can't hear it now.
What's up, bud?
What do we do now?
Remember, I'm the one that you like. I'm respectful. We got an email from the PUC company that said they pulled your shit.
Did they pull our shit? And what did they, which PUC? Because it'd be State Patrol.
The Public Utilities Commission, which is not Colorado State Patrol.
So where's Colorado State Patrol if they pulled our, and what's up with their shit? Because if they got a cancellation, they're wrong.
I don't know that. That's why I came to chat with you.
Yeah, no, we'll send you guys an email in the morning. We got updated insurance.
Okay, was that all it was?
Yeah, they send out a cancellation. They do this every year at the end of the year. They send out a cancellation, and then we end up paying for it, and then 3 days later we get our permits.
Okay.
With every company.
That's totally fine
That's
by me.
freaking hilarious though that they would. Who called you guys actually? Because
Nobody called. I literally checked my email this morning or when I got in.
You?
No, someone sent it to our office and then it just got disseminated. So
I'm gonna have to call in the morning and
So-
I'm gonna have you in the
just look into it, man.
I know I'm not being a dick to you. I just think it's funny.
Like I said, I've always been respectful to you.
Yeah.
I'm respectful to everyone. But like I said, just so you know, I'm sure there's a few other agencies that probably got the same thing.
Oh yeah. Well, that's. I think it's hilarious because I was at State Patrols earlier picking up a car. So why wouldn't they say anything?
I don't know, man. Look into it though, all right?
Grab your card real quick.
I'm out of business cards, but you know me, you've talked to me before.
Appreciate it.
Have a good one.
Your valid Georgia showing eligible minor license out of Colorado. Here's everything.
I think we can go ahead and
Hold
the
on a 524.
body cam footage at that point. Let the record reflect that it stopped at that certain point. So Investigator Potts, is this related to the active tow of that red Nissan?
Yes, it is.
Okay. On a date that you had previously testified that there's not an active insurance nor permit, correct?
That is correct.
It had been suspended. Is that right?
That's correct.
What did you learn from receiving this information?
That the respondent was continuing to tow vehicles at a time in which the permit was suspended.
Okay, and that was that in violation of that staff's exhibit 101 order of summary suspension letter, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to object on a legal conclusion.
I'm going to overrule and let him testify to it. Obviously, I'm going to be making the legal conclusions, but go ahead, Ms. Hayden.
Investigator Potts, could you answer that question I just asked?
I'm sorry, can you repeat it?
Let's see. I think of
I believe
think
the
he
question
already
had to
did.
do with the tow being performed in violation of the letter.
So let me just intervene. I think he already answered it. He answered before the objection.
okay.
So I think we can move on.
All right, thank you. And from this, is there any indication that Mr. Dick with SNR Towing knew that there was an insurance issue going on?
Yes, he does seem to acknowledge the situation.
Thank you. Can we please take a look at staff's hearing exhibit 106? Investigator Potts, describe what this is.
This is an email that I had sent to the respondent.
Is this a true and correct copy of the records maintained by the commission?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, staff moves to admit staff's exhibit 106.
No objection.
106 is admitted.
Investigator Potts, what does this email entail?
That I'm attempting to get in contact with the respondent.
And what does your email say?
I need you to please call me at your earliest convenience regarding the towing permit.
Okay. Did you notify him in this email that his towing permit had been suspended?
No, I did not.
And can we take a look at the bottom of this staff's exhibit 106? Investigator Potts, did you draft that email?
Yes, I did.
Uh,
This is on the section of the email you're referring to is the following day.
right, did you, and within this writing, did you indicate to Mr. Dick that his permit was suspended or still
Yes, I did.
suspended?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you talk to him? You talked to him on the phone as well.
Yes, I did.
Do you remember what was said?
I told him that I knew that he was continuing to tow vehicles at a time in which the permit was suspended. And I requested invoices for these two incidents that I had been made aware of.
Okay. Did you request any additional information related to the tow of this red Nissan?
I requested the invoices.
Okay. Did you receive that information that you requested?
Yes, I did.
Was that received in a timely manner?
I believe he exceeded his deadline. I did have to follow up with him and remind him that I was still awaiting the documentation.
Were you provided all the information you were looking for?
Ultimately, yes.
Okay. Could we please take a look at staff's hearing exhibit 107? Investigator Potts, can you describe what this is?
This is the invoice.
Is this part of the information that you had requested?
Yes, it is.
Is this a true and accurate or correct copy of records maintained by the commission?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, staff would move to admit staff's exhibit 107.
No objection other than there's a lot of information redacted, but
This is information.
okay, well, you'll get to testify in a second. Okay. No objection.
Okay, 107 is admitted.
Investigator Potts, what type of call did SNR Towing respond to?
This invoice indicates it was a tire change.
Okay. Was it just a tire change?
No, there was a tow that was involved in here as well.
Okay, so this call of service ended up in SNR towing a vehicle.
That's correct.
Okay, do you know where it was towed to?
It was towed to a nearby gas station.
And how do you know this?
I followed up with the vehicle owner and spoke to, the vehicle was registered to a husband and wife. I spoke to the husband, who informed me that his wife was driving the vehicle at the time that this event occurred, and she had a flat tire. So she contacted, I believe, her insurance company, who dispatched the services of the respondent, and he responded to help her fix a flat. However, the flat tire itself, or the spare tire itself, was flat. So the vehicle was then towed to a gas station that had a working air compressor.
Thank you, Investigator Potts. Did anything else happen during this tow?
She made note and relayed the information of the interaction with law enforcement to her husband, as she thought that was an unusual circumstance and it stuck out in her mind.
What is the date of this invoice, Investigator Potts?
February 24th.
And is that the same date that you noted on your CPAN for the violations?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Investigator Potts, you issued an additional CPAN to SNR Towing. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
What kind of vehicle are we talking about in the second CPAN for clarification?
This was a blue Subaru.
Okay. Could we please take a look at staff's hearing exhibit 108?
I'm still listening. I'm still in the room. I'm going to be right back.
Investigator Potts, can you describe what this is?
This was the second civil penalty assessment notice that I served to the respondent.
Is this a true and correct copy of the records maintained by the commission?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, staff moves to admit staff's exhibit 108.
No objection.
108 is admitted.
Investigator Potts, what is the date of offense for this CPAN?
February 28th, 2023.
So just 4 days later, is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you explain the first violation as it relates to the towing of a blue Subaru?
It alleges that the tow was performed at a time in which the respondent failed to maintain proof of insurance with the commission.
And was the insurance policy for S&R towing that was inactive at the time?
Yes, it is.
4 days later as well?
Correct.
Is that because, and to reiterate, nothing had been resolved regarding the insurance during this time period, is that right?
That's correct.
And you confirm that?
Yes, I did.
How did you do that?
I checked the IFM system to see if the insurance had been refiled.
Had it been?
No, it had not.
Okay, thank you. Can you explain the second violation as it relates to the towing of this blue Subaru?
It alleges that the vehicle was towed at a time in which the permit was suspended.
And was the permit still suspended at this time?
Yes, it was.
And did you confirm that?
Yes, I did.
And how did you do that?
By checking the IFM system once again.
Okay. Did you receive any additional information as part of your investigation related to the tow of this blue Subaru?
Yes, I did.
Can we take a look at staff's exhibit 109? Investigator Potts, what are we looking at here?
This is an email I received from a Durango police officer.
Is this a true and accurate record received and maintained by the commission?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, staff moves to admit staff's exhibit 109.
No objection.
109 is admitted.
Investigator Potts, based on your investigation, what did you learn from your email communication here?
That this police officer observed the respondent towing a vehicle during this time in which their permit was suspended, and that he had written a report about it.
Okay. Can we please take a look at staff's exhibit 110? Investigator Potts, can you describe what this is?
This is the police report from Officer Gordon.
Is that related to your email communications that you had with him?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it a true and correct copy of the records received and maintained by the commission?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, staff moves to admit staff's exhibit 110.
No objection.
110 is admitted.
Investigator Potts, this is the same report that was referenced in your email, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
If we could please take a look at page 3 of this report. Did Officer Gordon document an incident with S&R towing?
Yes, he did.
What law enforcement agency is Officer Gordon employed with?
Durango Police.
And what is the date and time of this report?
February 28th, 2023.
And based on your investigation, what did you learn from this report?
That another tow was performed at a time in which their permit was suspended.
And why was local law enforcement documenting these S&R towing activities at this time?
Because of the email that I had sent to their agencies informing them of the suspended permit and requesting follow-up if it was observed.
Your Honor, I've got to object because The question was asking why somebody was doing a certain thing, and that's speculation. Objection.
Sustained. Go ahead, Ms. Hayden.
Investigator Potts, did you reach out to local law enforcement?
Yes, I did.
How did you reach out to them?
I sent an email.
And what did your email indicate?
I informed the various agencies that the towing permit for this respondent was suspended. And I requested follow-up if he was observed towing vehicles at that time.
And do you know whether local law enforcement did any follow-up?
Yes, I did.
And did you receive reports of follow-up from local law enforcement?
Yes, I did.
And those reports from, as part of your investigation, did those reports indicate or document SNR towing activities?
Yes, they did.
And those activities were taking place during a time of suspended insurance and permit, is that right?
That is correct.
Can we please take a look at staff's hearing exhibit 111? Investigator Potts, can you describe what this is?
This is a police report that I received from the Colorado State Patrol.
And is this in a response to your email communications to local law enforcement?
Yes, it is.
And is it a response to your request to document illegal tows?
Yes, it is.
Is this a true and correct copy of the records received and maintained by the commission?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, staff moves to admit staff's exhibit 111.
No objection.
111 is admitted.
Investigator Potts, what law enforcement agency does Trooper Watkins work for?
Colorado State Patrol,
And what is the date and time of this report?
February 28th, 2023, at 20:47 hours.
And based on your investigation, what did you learn from this report?
They observed the respondent towing a vehicle at a time in which their permit was suspended.
And was that documented in this report?
Yes, it was.
Did Trooper Watkins take any additional actions?
Yes, he actually captured photos of his observations and provided those to me as well.
You received photos in the case?
Yes, ma'am.
And does this form your foundation for issuing CPANs in this case?
Yes, it did.
Can we please take a look at staff's exhibit 112? Investigator Potts, have you seen this photo before?
Yes, I have.
Is this part of, did you come across this as part of your investigation?
Yes, I did.
Is this a true and correct copy of the records received and maintained by the commission?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, staff would move to admit off staff's
No,
exhibit 112.
No objections.
112 is admitted.
Investigator Potts, what are we looking at here?
This is a vehicle that is being towed by SNR Towing.
Does this happen to be the blue Subaru in question?
Yes, it is.
And what's the license plate number?
UET 9628.
Is that the same plate number that was listed in the CPAN?
Yes, it is.
So is this the vehicle that's actively being towed without a permit
Yes, ma'am.
that caused you to issue that CPAN?
Yes,
Is that
ma'am.
right?
Correct.
Can we please take a look at staff's exhibit 113? Investigator Potts, can you describe what this is?
This is the invoice for that tow.
And how did you obtain this information?
I requested it from the respondent.
And it was provided to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this a true and correct copy of the records maintained by the commission?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, staff's moved to admit staff's exhibit 113.
No objection.
113 is admitted.
Investigator Potts, what type of service did S&R Towing respond to in regards to this invoice?
This is for a tow,
And what is the date of the tow?
February 28th.
Is that the same date noted on the police reports?
Yes, ma'am.
Did S&R Towing tow that blue Subaru?
Yes, they did.
And on February 28th of 23, did S&R Towing have active insurance at the time?
No, they did not.
And did they have an active permit to tow on that date?
No, they did not.
Let's see. Thank you. We can take that down. In Investigator Potts, when it comes to your investigation of these cases, were you aware of any prior violations or violation warning notices that were issued to S&R Towing?
Yes, I was.
Was there more than one?
I believe there was 2 previous warning letters that were issued to the company.
Okay. Can we take a look at staff's exhibit 114? Investigator Potts, can you describe what this is?
This is a violation warning letter.
And what is a violations warning letter?
It's used to document a violation that was committed on behalf of the tow carrier.
Okay. Is this a true and correct copy of the records maintained by the commission?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, staff moves to admit staff's exhibit 114.
No objection.
114 is admitted.
Investigator Potts, when is this violations warning letter dated?
July 28th, 2021.
And was that sent to S&R Towing?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that the same address that you have previously verified?
Yes, ma'am.
Does this violations warning list the violations?
Yes, it does.
Do you know how many violations were listed in that letter?
We'd have to scroll down.
Tell me when you want me to stop.
That's good. That's good. Thank you. Mr. Investigator Potts, were you able to get an idea?
Yeah,
Generally.
it looks like there were 4 violations that were noted.
Thank you. Investigator Potts, what is the purpose of a violations letter?
It's to make the carrier aware of a violation that they had committed.
Okay. Does it give any additional helpful information?
It provides sufficient warning that should these actions, continue, their permit could be revoked and a CPAN could ultimately be issued.
Does this explain that civil penalties can be imposed
Yes, ma'am.
and even a revocation for one's permit?
That's correct.
Okay. Can we please take a look at staff's exhibit 115? Investigator Potts, you had mentioned that there was an additional violations warning letter. Is that right?
That's correct.
Can you describe what this is?
This is an additional warning letter that was issued to the respondent.
Is this a true and correct copy of the records maintained by the commission?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, staff moves to admit staff's exhibit 115.
No objection.
115 is admitted.
Investigator Potts, what are we looking at here?
This is a second warning letter that was
Okay.
issued to the respondent.
Thank you. When is this dated?
November 11th, 2021.
Was that a pretty quick turnaround?
Yes.
Okay. Was this sent to SNR Towing?
Yes, it was.
And does it list the violations?
Yes, it does.
If we could please scroll through this violations warning letter, do you have an idea of how many violations were listed here?
Looks like 4.
During the pendency of these CPANs, do you know whether SNR Towing submitted a permit application?
Yes, I am.
Do you know the status of that permit application?
The application was denied.
Can we take a look at staff's exhibit number 116, please? Investigator Potts, can you describe what this is?
You could scroll down a little bit. This is the denial letter that was mailed to the respondent.
Okay, and that was in a response to a subsequent application, correct?
That is correct.
And this is an application for a towing permit, correct?
That is correct. It was a renewal.
Did SNR Towing have to file an application because their prior permit was revoked?
That's a good question. Yes. However, a carrier also has to reapply for their permit every year.
Okay. And did this commission take action on Mr. Dick's application?
Yes, they did.
Okay, and what was the result?
The application was denied.
And when was this dated?
You could scroll up just a hair. February 13th, 2023.
And when did you serve the CPANs in this case?
So let me just
Excuse me,
interject.
hold on. I read the wrong date.
Go ahead, Mr. Potts. Please
April
clarify.
13th, 2023.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Hayden.
I'm sorry, did the commission have a question in regards to?
So I had noted that Mr. Potts had read the incorrect date on this document, and I was looking for clarification, which he has already done, so you may go forward.
Thank you. So, okay. Do you know why Mr. Dick with SNR Towing, Affordable Towing's application was denied?
It should be in here. If we could scroll down just a little bit.
Again, let me know if you want me to stop.
Sure, keep going. Okay, that's good. And please continue scrolling.
Yeah, if we could take a look at, let's see, it's the last page of this document, right above the right to appeal. Do you know why the commission found a denial in this case?
It says right here, due to the wanton and willful disregard of your legal duties and responsibilities, as well as the reference charges, including felony level offenses that are directly attributed to your towing carrier operations and all other referenced unlawful conduct, staff has determined that there is good cause to believe the issuance of the requested towing permit is not in the public interest.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. I have to object to any reference to felony charges, as Mr. Slade has not been convicted of anything, and half of them have been dismissed. And I brought this up in the beginning, but to talk about felony charges when you're not convicted is not appropriate. And I'm a former elected district attorney, and I know this. It's not okay to talk about things that you're not convicted of.
I'm going to overrule the objection. Mr. Tucker, I'm sure you can, well, first of all, I understand your point. Second of all, I think you can make that point on cross of Mr. Potts and direct of your client. So overruled. Let's move forward, Ms. Hayden.
If we could take a look at page 2 of this document, or of this staff's exhibit. Let's see, about in the middle. Investigator Potts, the commission had previously looked at, they're looking at tow carrier records, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And part of this letter, did the commission base their denial on those towing carrier records? Is that right?
That is correct.
Is that because SNR Towing's license has been suspended?
Yes, there were previous suspensions with this carrier.
Okay. And a lot of this document is related to violations with the PUC, is that correct?
That is correct.
Investigator Potts, as part of your investigations, do you know of other instances of non-compliance?
Yes, I do.
What information have you received? We can go ahead and take this exhibit down, please. Thank you. What information have you received that would benefit the commission in determining a civil penalty in the current case?
I've continued to receive reports that tows have been conducted after the CPANs were served.
Okay. From whom, do you know?
This would be from the La Plata County Sheriff.
Okay. Did you request any information from La Plata County Sheriff after this?
Yes, I did follow up with the records request.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. I know I keep objecting, but we haven't received any of this alleged information. I can't properly respond to this. I don't even know what they're talking about.
Well, I think obviously we're about to find out. Ms. Hayden, have you provided this documentation to Mr. Tucker?
Yes, Your Honor. This will be Staff's Exhibit 117. All of the exhibits were provided directly to Mr. Tucker. Additionally, they had been filed prior to the last scheduled hearing date, were available on the PUC website.
I apologize, Judge. I didn't know she was talking about Exhibit 117. It sounded like they were talking about some hypothetical or other information I did not have. So if it's 117, I don't object.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Hayden.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can we please take a look at Staff's Exhibit 117? Investigator Potts, can you describe what this is?
This is a police report from a deputy with the La Plata County Sheriff.
Is this a true and correct copy of records received and maintained by the commission?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, staff would move to enter into evidence Staff's Exhibit 117.
No objection.
117 is admitted.
Investigator Potts, when did you receive this report?
I believe I received this in May.
Was that after the issuance of the two CPANs in this case?
Correct, May of 2023.
Okay. And May, so this is also after the commission's April 13th letter that denied the towing permit, is that right?
That is correct.
That the same one where the commission found a wanton and willful disregard for PUC legal duties, is that right?
That is correct.
And at this time, had you received any additional reports of SNR towing continue to operate without insurance?
I'm aware of other instances that have been reported to me. However, I haven't followed up on those at this time.
And at this time, SNR towing still did not have active insurance filed with the PUC, is that right?
That's correct.
And their permit had been revoked, is that right?
That's correct.
Investigator Potts, what is your recommendation to the commission?
Objection.
What's the basis for your objection?
To recommend to you what you should make a ruling on is, I mean, I don't even know how many I can count. Calls for a legal conclusion. You said earlier you're going to make the ruling. What his recommendation to you to how you should rule against my client is inappropriate.
Well, I disagree. I'm going to allow the testimony. I'll give it the appropriate weight in my decision, but you may go ahead, Mr. Potts, and answer.
I believe the penalty from the CPAN should be imposed.
Your Honor, one last request. The trial staff requests that the court admit the non-confidential. Your Honor, we have been working with the redacted versions of the exhibits, and staff would request to admit the unredacted versions of the exhibits into evidence.
No
Okay.
objection.
Okay, and how are they designated, Ms. Hayden? Are they, obviously they're going to be, I think, the same exhibit number, but with a C after them. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay, so the confidential versions of the already admitted non-confidential exhibits are admitted as well.
Yes, for further clarification, Judge, those exhibits, the confidential ones, should be labeled staff's exhibits 102C, 103C, 107C, 113C, and 117C. I think that encompasses staff's exhibits.
Okay, so for clarity with the record, exhibits 102C, 103C, 107C, 113C, 117C are admitted.
Thank you, Judge. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Yes, those are the exhibits. Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions for this witness. Staff would respectfully request to keep him as a rebuttal witness and not to dismiss him.
Okay. Mr. Tucker, you may conduct your cross-examination. Well, first of all, give me just a moment. It's 10:30. So let's go ahead and take a mid-morning break for 15 minutes, and we'll be back on the record at 10:45 a.m. So we're
Okay.
in recess until 10:45. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Tucker, you're probably trying to do this right now.
I'm trying to get off.
Can you
Oh
mute
my
it?
gosh. I wish I had my computer
Well, maybe it's sufficiently, I mean, can you plug in your computer someplace?
Oh, no, yeah, I plugged it in, so maybe I can work this out. Let me get off. Wow. I don't know how.
Miss Miss
I think I
Federico,
figured it out.
okay.
I was gonna say,
Adam?
I can mute him if he would prefer that, but
Why
I'll
don't,
just leave.
okay, thank you.
sure.
Okay, there we go. Huh? Not working. I know not working.
Mr. Tucker, we can hear you. I'm gonna mute your phone, just so since we're on a break, so you'll have to unmute yourself after, but I'm gonna mute you for now.
Okay. Is everybody ready to go? Let me start with Miss Wiesenthal and Miss Federico.
Yes.
Yes, I'm ready.
Great, thank you. And Mr. Tucker, are you ready?
It would be nice if we could see him.
I muted him because they joined back on and we're talking. I told him he would have to unmute. Let me see if I hit ask to unmute, if it'll prompt him.
Thank you.
Sorry about that, guys. We're trying to unmute here.
Great. Thank you. And Mr. Tucker, are you ready to go with your cross-examination of Mr. Potts?
I actually don't need to cross Potts. What I would like to do is a direct of my client.
Okay, so we're at the point where staff of the commission is presenting its case. So, I mean, you'll have the opportunity, obviously, to present the direct testimony of Mr. Dick, but now's not the time. But it sounds like you're waiving cross of Mr. Potts. Do I understand that correctly?
I am.
And actually, before we do all that, let me just get us back on the record, and then we can, I'll summarize where we are. So give me just a moment. We're back on the record in the consolidated proceeding numbers 23G-0153TO and 23G-0154TO. And we just came back from recess and we're continuing with the cross-examination, if any, of Mr. Potts. And as I understand it, Mr. Tucker, you are waiving cross-examination of Mr. Potts. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. All right. And one thing our court reporter, Ms. Wiesenthal, just reminded me is while you're talking, Mr. Tucker, it would be great for her to be able to see you. So if you could turn your camera towards you, it just helps her. She's not a lip reader, that I know of anyway. But it helps her in getting an accurate transcript to be able to see the speaker.
Okay, and I apologize, Judge. I was just spending this 15 minutes trying to get on my computer and it's not working. I apologize.
Okay.
But I can show myself.
That would be fantastic. I think that's what Ms. Wiesenthal is looking for. So thank
Okay.
you,
So
Mr. Tucker.
I'll keep moving this around. However you want to handle this, the rest of this hearing, we can do it. And I apologize, Judge. This is very inconvenient for me. And I don't know if you have daughters, but daughters do bad things. And I cannot get my computer to work.
Okay.
I apologize. I promise it's right there. I can't get it to work.
I understand. I have kids. I know how this works. With that, yeah. So for both of you, Mr. Dick and Mr. Tucker, when you do your direct examination, I think it would probably be best just to keep the video on Mr. Dick and not have it swinging around between you two. But probably for the foreseeable future, Mr. Tucker, it would be best for the video to be trained on you because you're the only one until Mr. Dick's direct examination who's going to be speaking.
We're in the post-COVID world. And I was in a case with 9 people. It's difficult, and I understand that, Judge, and I appreciate it. I'm doing the best I can.
Understood. So if you could turn the computer, the phone around or use your other camera. Yeah, there you go. So it's trained on you. That would be great. Thank you.
But you want to hear my client testify, right?
That's right, but that's not going to happen for a little bit. I think trial staff at the commission are going to present, I think, at least one more witness. Do I have that right, Ms. Hayden?
Yes, Your Honor, as staff's case in chief, we would like to call an additional witness.
Okay. So before we do that, let me just ask Mr. Potts just a few questions by way of clarification so that I understand things here. So Mr. Potts, welcome again. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your testimony. So I just want to understand the factual context around both of the counts or the two different CPANs. So as to the first one, I'm assuming this is the 23G-0153TO CPAN. That's the one where the tow occurred from, it looked like a gas station to a service station. Do I have that right?
I don't remember the exact address of the location in Durango, Colorado. It is noted on the invoice.
Understood. I'm just talking more generally. This one was the red vehicle.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I interject?
Go ahead, Ms. Hayden.
Your Honor, the commission cited the case 0153, and I believe that's the one associated with the blue Subaru.
Okay.
And 0154 was the case assigned to the red Nissan Rogue.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that clarification. So I'm talking about the red vehicle currently. Okay. And I think that's the one where the driver was with the vehicle, the owner was with the vehicle and had a flat tire. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes, sir.
And so the driver called her insurance company. Is that right?
I believe she contacted her insurance company, who dispatched the services of the tow company for roadside assistance.
Okay, great. Thank you. So, and when the respondent was dispatched by the insurance company, it was for purposes of fixing a flat. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then when the respondent got there, the flat tire on the vehicle could not be fixed there, and the spare tire was also flat and could not be fixed. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so then a request was made. In any event, the vehicle ended up being towed by respondent from the location where respondent had been dispatched to a service station to be able to fix the flat tire so that the owner could continue on his or her way. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm assuming that tow from the dispatch location to the service station was done at the request of, or at least with the permission of, the owner of the vehicle who was there with the vehicle. Is that correct?
The vehicle owner was present the whole time. I don't know who made the request to take it to a gas station, but the owner of the vehicle did actually ride in the tow truck with the respondent to the gas station.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So the other CPAN concerns the tow of a blue Subaru, my notes indicate. Do I have that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And was that tow requested by the driver of the vehicle?
That was a request through her roadside assistance provider. I believe the name of that company was called Good Sam.
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Good Sam, as in the camping membership.
I see.
Apparently, they
All right.
also do roadside assistance.
Okay. Do you know whether the driver was with the vehicle when the dispatch happened and when the tow occurred?
I don't believe she was present.
Okay. All right, but the request for the tow was made through Good Sam, it sounds like.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, that's all I got. Thank you for helping me understand this factual context better, or confirming my understanding. I appreciate it very much. Ms. Hayden, do you have any redirect based on what I've asked?
Briefly, yes, Your Honor. Investigator Potts, when you issue a CPAN, do you indicate as part of the nature of the violation where a tow occurred from?
Yes, I do.
And do you, as part of your investigation, gather information such as invoices that would indicate where a tow originated and ended?
Correct.
Okay. And that information has been submitted in staff's exhibits and entered into the record in this case, is that right?
That is correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Hayden. Mr. Potts, thank you for your testimony. I understand from Ms. Hayden that she wants you to be on call to be a rebuttal witness as necessary. So I'm not going to dismiss you, but thank you for your direct testimony here today. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Ms. Hayden, are you handling the next witness or is one of your colleagues?
No,
Your
Your
Honor,
Honor, we'll defer to my colleague, Mr. Johnston.
Your Honor, I will be handling the next witness and we would call Lloyd Swint.
Okay, thank you very much. And welcome, Mr. Swint. Please raise your hand and answer the following question. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Johnston, you may proceed.
Mr. Swint, can you please introduce yourself and spell your name for the court reporter?
My first name is Lloyd, L-L-O-Y-D. last of Swint, SWINT.
What do you do for a living, Mr. Swint?
I'm the Investigations and Compliance Supervisor for the Public Utilities Commission.
How long have you held that role?
5.5 years.
And have you worked for the Public Utilities Commission that entire time?
Yes, I have.
Did you work for the Public Utilities Commission in a different capacity before that?
I was a criminal investigator.
Okay. What is your total duration of Public Utilities Commission experience?
Thank you. 5.5 years.
Okay. And I want to talk about insurance a little bit, Mr. Swint. Are towing carriers required to submit proof of adequate insurance to the Public Utilities Commission?
Yes.
And how do they normally do that?
Proof of that insurance is sent to us by the insurance carrier.
Whose legal obligation is it to provide proof of insurance to the commission?
It is.
Your Honor, objection. I'm sorry, Judge. I know you know I object a lot, but to ask him who has a legal obligation calls for a legal conclusion.
I'm going to overrule and allow the testimony. Mr. Johnston, if you want to have Mr. Swint reference particular commission rules, that might be helpful to me. Although I think I know what they are. So why don't you go ahead, Mr. Swint? You may answer the question.
Commission rules obligate the carrier who is applying for a permit to make arrangements with that said insurance carrier to convey proof of that insurance to the commission directly.
And Mr. Swint, can you recall from memory which rule it is that requires that?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Swint. I want to talk about Exhibit 102. Can we please bring that up? And if we could scroll to the top of page 6. Thank you. Mr. Swint, do you recognize this type of document?
I do.
What is this document?
This is a page from the Integrated Filings Management System, or what we call IFMS.
All right. And the section labeled insurance information, what does that section describe?
It gives a basic recap of the insurance applications and renewals throughout the term of the permit.
Thank you. And I want to draw your attention to the prime insurance company entries that have a canceled date listed as February 14th. Do you see what I'm describing there?
I do.
All right. And is that the insurance policy, the cancellation thereof, that brought rise to the letter that indicated that SNR towing permit would be suspended starting February 14th?
That's correct.
All right. And next, I want to draw your attention to the following 2 entries: National Indemnity Company with an effective date of April 6th. Do you see that?
I do.
Can you explain that effective date?
That effective date shows the date in which the insurance carrier agreed to begin coverage for this carrier.
All right. And that is a different insurance company. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Did SNR Towing ever provide up-to-date proof insurance for Prime Insurance Company, the previous insurance?
It does not appear as though Prime Insurance Company renewed that insurance.
Okay.
And it looks like national, it switched to national.
Okay. And that national insurance policy, the effective date starts in April of 23.
Correct.
Okay. The status of SNR Towing's permit during the interim period between February 14th and this hypothetical date of April 6th, what would the status have been?
Revoked.
And Your Honor, sorry, just for the record, objection.
And what's the basis for the objection?
Well, I mean, hypothetical, I mean, you can't ask a question saying, hypothetically, did this happen? Did it happen or did it not happen? And then we will be able to respond to that.
Well, Judge, I use the word hypothetical because that, as I'll show in just a moment, that insurance policy never actually became effective because it is deficient proof of insurance to the commission. I'll lay that out in just a couple of questions, but what I was asking about is the status of the permit between February 14th and April 6th. Perhaps the word hypothetical is a bit astray, but Mr. Swint has personal knowledge of the status of the permit during that interim period and is able to testify to that effect.
So I'm going to sustain the objection, and Mr. Johnston, you can re-ask.
Somebody
Okay.
answer a hypothetical question. That's the point. Ask it one way or the other.
Okay, I understand, Mr. Tucker. I've sustained your objection. Mr. Johnston, you may proceed.
Mr. Swint, the National Indemnity Company insurance with an effective date of April 6th, is that adequate proof of insurance to the commission?
No.
Why not?
One piece of insurance required by the commission is missing, and that's Form 14, which shows that he has garage keeper's insurance.
Okay. So between February 14th and April 6th of 2023, what can you tell the ALJ about the status of SNR Towing's permit?
That the permit was revoked.
Between February 14th and April 6th, 2023, what can you tell the ALJ about the status of SNR Towing's insurance?
Two of the forms of required insurance, there was proof provided for that, but one was missing.
Okay. And just to be clear, that proof would have gone effective on what date?
On April 6th of 23.
Okay, thank you. And the CPAN violation dates in this case are February 24th and February 28th. Would that National Indemnity Company insurance that went effective or would have gone effective on April 6th, 2023, would that have been in place at the time these violations occurred?
No.
Okay. And just one moment, Your Honor. And Your Honor, I think those are all the questions I have for Mr. Swint at this time.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Tucker, do you have cross-examination?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so I have at least one question for Mr. Swint. If we could go back to that same page, page 6 of 102, hearing exhibit 102, that would be helpful. So Mr. Swint, maybe you already testified to this and I missed it. So you did testify about the National Indemnity Company insurance. And specifically how the insurance covered by Forms H&E went effective April 6, 2023. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, Your Honor.
So what is this March 16th, 2023 cancel date associated with the entries for National Indemnity Company Forms H&E?
Your Honor, in my research, since reviewing this report, I have to draw the conclusion that that was a clerical error in the date that was entered for the cancellation. The date line does not make sense, obviously, and I was able to call back to the office to ask clarification around that. And the answer that I received from the supervisor of the administrative staff was that it must have been a clerical error at the time of the entry.
So based on commission records, do you know whether this National Indemnity Company insurance, represented by Forms H and E is still in effect?
I have not seen any cancellation notice of that, but because the permit was denied on or about April the 5th, I don't believe that that insurance ever took effect.
was the insurance, do you know whether the insurance going into effect was contingent upon the permit being issued by the commission, or at least having a valid permit?
Having a valid permit would certainly have lent itself to that insurance becoming valid, yes.
Okay, so was it your testimony that even if this insurance, National Indemnity Company covered by Forms H and E, went into effect on April 6, 2023, that would not have been sufficient evidence of the insurance necessary to have a permit from
Again,
the
you're right. Great.
commission?
One of the forms of insurance required as part of a tow carrier's permit was not received. And so we would not have been able to issue the permit without the Form 14 showing that he had garage keeper's insurance.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, I've got to interject. The insurance is a requirement for the permit. And when you hear the testimony of my client, he had the insurance and they're saying they don't even know. We can't get the permit without the insurance, and it's cart before the horse.
So, Mr. Tucker, do you have an objection? Mr. Tucker, do you have an objection to either my question or the testimony?
I do not.
Okay, thank you. And again, I think you'll be able to make this point in your direct of your client. Last question, Mr. Swint. Just so I understand, I mean, it sounds like what you're saying is the commission will not issue a towing permit unless there is evidence of insurance on file with the commission covered by forms 14, H, and E.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. And here what you're saying is the permit was not issued because there was no evidence of valid insurance on file with the commission at the time of the ruling on the application of the type of insurance covered by Form 14.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions. Mr. Johnston, do you have any redirect based on my questions of Mr. Swint?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Can Mr. Swint be dismissed, or are you retaining the right to call him as a rebuttal witness?
I would like to retain the right to call him as a rebuttal witness, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Swint, thank you for your testimony, your direct testimony here today. Appreciate it very much. You are done for now, but stand by in case you're called as a rebuttal witness.
Well, Your Honor, thank you.
So, Mr. Johnston, Ms. Hayden, do you have any further witnesses or any further evidence?
Your Honor, with that, commission staff will rest its case in chief.
Okay, thank you very much. So, Mr. Tucker, I'll turn to you. It's now time for you to present your case. So why don't you go ahead and call your witness?
Okay. Start at 101. Let's go through it again.
Okay, Mr. Tucker, are you ready to go?
I am.
Why don't you call your witness, please?
Yeah, do you want to swear him in?
Well, for purposes of the record, why don't you call him and then I will swear him in.
Okay, I'm calling Slade Dick.
Okay. Mr. Dick, welcome. Thanks for being here and providing your testimony. Please raise your hand and answer the following question. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, thank you very much. So you can lower your hand. And please go ahead and state your name for the record and spell it for the record as well.
Okay, my name is Slade Dick, SLADE DICK.
Great. Thank you very much. Mr. Tucker, you may proceed.
Okay, talk about exhibit 101.
So it'd be 102, correct, I guess. So 102, yeah, they sent me this order of summary suspension and hearing and a notice or a complaint notice of hearing, which we do get.
Let me just interrupt for a moment. I'm sorry to interrupt. I think you're looking at exhibit 101 and talking about 101. That's what it looks like.
Your Honor, staff would object to the form of the question.
I'm going to overrule that objection. So is it hearing exhibit 101 that you're going to provide testimony about, Mr. Dick? Is that the
Yes,
order
correct.
of summary suspension and complaint notice of hearing?
Correct.
Okay, great. Why don't you go ahead?
Okay, so yeah, this is going to be a order of summary suspension and complaint and notice of hearing. I do get these, a couple days usually prior to, it being suspended, our insurance. We also get this every year when our policy rolls over to a new policy, which in this case, this is what happened here. We paid this policy off in full. It was $120,000. We paid for it, and I was actually, trying to get new insurance. At the time, somebody entered some fake violations on my Safe for You report, which I can get, if I need to, I can get proof from FMCSA, stating, that somebody actually entered 20 fake DOT violations on my Safe for You report, making me uninsurable nationwide.
Let me just interrupt. What is FMCSA?
FMCSA is going to be DOT. They're who regulate the Department of Transportation.
Okay, go ahead. I apologize.
I'm sorry, Judge. Let me ask you this. Were you insured during this time by Lyle Love and Woods Insurance?
I was insured at the time of are you saying at the time of the CPANs?
No, of all of this.
Yeah, yes, I was. There was 3 days in limbo, rolling over from this policy to the national indemnity policy that you see. He was able to obtain me a policy at the time. My towing permit was actually good still for 6 months when they're talking about these CPANs. They actually, Lloyd Schwint called me and said, you need to get insurance on file with the commission, and we'll go ahead and you have an 18-day grace period, is what I had in the 3 days of limbo of rolling this policy to a new one. So I did get insurance on file with the commission. I called several times. I can't remember the lady that answers the phone, Mona or something of that nature. I'd have to look back at my notes, but she said, yeah, we did receive it, but all calls are to be transferred to Lloyd with investigations. And I thought that was kind of odd because, I've never really, like I said, I've actually gotten one, how would you say, I didn't get a fine. I got a warning letter from Jay Estrada, and Jay also, showed me how to correct what I did.
Go to the next.
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor. This is a narrative. Will there be a question forthcoming?
Yeah, Mr. Tucker, maybe easier to direct him with questions.
Okay, let me say it this way. Explain 102.
So what are you asking me about 102? Why it was revoked? So what happened here is my permit was active at the time it was revoked. My towing permit was still good for 6 months. So he's telling me to explain because Lloyd Schwinn actually had me reapply for a permit, and I can't even get into the system because usually I do it on the computer. It was telling me, I couldn't even renew my permit for 90 days. I mean, my permit was good this whole time. I mean, I'm not even sure how this happened, but I know that it goes into a suspended status when your insurance, lapses and rolls to the new policy. But we got insurance on file with the commission, and they should have just issued my permit back. It was good the whole time. So I guess I'm not sure what I'm explaining here. I mean,
Well, did you have insurance?
yes, I had insurance on file the whole time.
Did you have insurance with Lyle Love?
File live with Woods Insurance, yes.
Okay.
Who is, what's the name that you just said?
Lyle Love with Woods Insurance. He was the, I guess he'd be my insurance agent, and National Indemnity was National Indemnity who I went through.
That's the underwriter.
Yeah,
That's
the
the underwriter.
So is it Lyle Love?
Yes, Lyle Love with.
Okay, this is Mr. Dick's testimony, Mr. Tucker. So, I mean, he's the one who he's the one under oath. He's the one who needs to provide the testimony. So it sounds like, Mr. Dick, that it's Lyle Love.
Correct.
Okay. Not Lyle Love It, I take it.
Sorry, Judge, I was just trying to clarify and help you.
No, I understand. I appreciate that, Mr. Tucker. So why don't you go ahead, Mr. Dick? So what you're saying is that there was never, in your view, a lapse in your insurance for towing vehicles?
So there was 3 days in limbo to get another policy, which I did obtain. I also had them file the forms H&E with the commission, which they actually confirmed over the phone that they did receive that. But my call needed to be transferred to Lloyd Schwint. Also, you know, with the 3 days that I was in limbo, I was under the impression that with the last policy prior to the new policy, I was actually I had a 14-day grace period with that insurance once that policy canceled to, you know, obtain a new policy.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
All right, go to the next tab.
So what are we looking at now, Mr. Tucker? Is it Exhibit 103?
3. There it is.
Yep, that's gonna be the some.
No, you skipped it.
Oh, 3. That's called 3. So the first suspension of the hearing. Okay, so I mean, my permit was active for 6 months at the time of this CPAN was issued, and I had current insurance on file, you know, with the commission. I called back. I had Lyle Love file these forms to the commission, and I called, and actually they confirmed it. And you know, Lloyd had told me not to call down. He would caution me not to call down to the PUC no more, to talk to him, only him, and he wouldn't talk to me with a private investigator or my lawyer on the phone. That he would be the one to handle this when he got back into town, and not to worry that he would issue the permit when he got back. When he got back into town, he issued me a denial letter longer than I've ever seen before.
Okay, so you're looking at Exhibit 103, and the date is the date of violation, the date of alleged violation. February 24th, 2023.
Date of the alleged violation.
Yeah, we're looking at it on our screen now. So
Violation shows March 13th, 2023.
March 13th. Can you scroll down, Miss Federico? Yeah, I don't see where you're getting March 13th, but if you look at the top of the page, Mr. Dick, there's a table, and the first column is entitled number. The second column is date of violation. Do you see where I am?
Right
Well,
here.
he's showing towards the top.
Here's
Yes,
the date,
That's where
but
Joe's.
I don't. It looks like 7/23.
Oh, this is Joe Potts. This is the date right here. Violation of penalties. It says 3/13/23 at 7:50. Showing me at the top left of this table here. Well, can you kind of circle where you're talking about? The date? Is this? Are you saying this 3/24? Or I see 2/24/23? Yeah.
Okay, great. So let me just ask this to direct you a little bit. Are you saying that you had valid insurance on February 24th, 2023?
I'm under the impression, yes, I had active insurance at that time.
Okay. All right. And Had you or your insurance carrier provided proof of that insurance to the commission prior to or on February 24th, 2023, if you know? Do you understand that question, Mr.?
Yeah,
Good.
can you, I said yes.
Oh, you did. Okay,
Yes.
thank you. All right, so go ahead. Continue with your testimony.
So we'd be at 103. It's another civil penalty for a notice of complaint to appear. Looks like they're saying the same violation date as the prior one. It's gonna be on the same day, and I really don't have any different statement than my prior statement to the last CPAN. And I had a current permit, and I did provide, or my insurance carrier did provide proof of insurance to the Public Utilities Commission. That's the only, these are the only two, so I'd be on 5. I guess so when we're gonna be looking at 105. So 105 exhibit, no, this is exhibit 105. Looks like whenever the officer contacted me for the Louis Bedell, and that was gonna be the red Nissan Murano. You know, this was actually a non-pay tow. I was kind of confused as to why I was even issued this CPAN for a tire change. This Bedell had been waiting there for a tow truck for 4 hours. I actually originally showed up to do a service call. That's why I went out in limbo receiving this penalty assessment here. I was under the impression I was going out to change her tire. When I showed up, she had said she'd been there for 4 hours. It was already after midnight at this point. Obviously, there was another tow truck coming. I did offer Ms. Bedell free tow and no charge to her to be able to go to the gas station, and she said she needed to use the restroom. I gave her the tow to this facility to air up the flat tire, this flat spare tire, because it didn't have any air in it, as Ms. Bedell lived about 15 miles away from where I originally was going to change the tire at.
So you didn't charge for that tow?
Sure.
Okay.
The invoice that we got paid for through the insurance carrier. We're the main provider. I had first right of refusal. I've owned this company since I was 22 years old. I used to work for him when I was 15, and he's been the main provider for 45 years prior to that.
Okay. You may continue.
Okay, so like I guess we'd be at exhibit 106. Joseph Potts asked me to call him regarding my tow carrier permit. He asked for copies of the tow tickets, which I provided him on the blue Subaru, and the one I just explained for Mrs. Bedell. I did so, and the Subaru ticket that he was requesting for the blue Subaru, I provided him that as well. And I guess I can't argue that I towed that vehicle, but I didn't think that I was in any type of violation at the time of the tow, knowing that I had a 6-month permit. If you would have went on to the PUC website and searched my T number, I believe I actually have screenshots of showing its active status. I also pulled active status from the publications library for active status on those, showing no suspensions from 2015 all the way till current.
Yeah, Mr. Tucker, no, I don't know if you go to another exhibit, but.
Yeah, Mr. Tucker, I mean, we're having a hard time hearing you.
Yeah.
I apologize. I really tried to boot up my computer. So I'm sorry I'm on my phone.
Across the table.
But we're sitting across the table, and I apologize. I'll speak louder.
Okay,
How about that?
So what are you asking me? This is the one I just explained.
What is this about?
This is going to be the same violation that I explained earlier. So I guess we move on to the next one.
And so you were just looking at hearing exhibit 108, is that correct?
Yeah, I was looking at exhibit 108.
Okay.
And that was, I believe, the blue Subaru on Florida Road. That's what I was just answering about here. So this Subaru, like I said, I did the tow. I'm not objecting that I did this tow. That I believe I was in, not in violation with the commission by having a current tow permit and having insurance on file with these guys. I mean, they asked me to redo an application, which I've never been asked to do halfway through the year, having 6 months left on my towing permit. I mean, I've always renewed every single year. I just thought that it was odd that because my insurance had lapsed and I was getting a new policy, that Mr. Lloyd called and asked me to reapply for another permit and submit insurance on file with the commission, which obviously I agreed to. And I normally give that notice of hearing and complaint, and I would have to call my insurance carrier and have them submit, new insurance for the new policy. But I mean, I did everything that I was supposed to do here, thinking I was you're not in violation, and here we are. So I mean, I did tow this Subaru, and 100% thought that I was, in or not in violation with the PUC's rules. Yes, we move on to 109. Let's see. And it looks like this looks to me like the same tow where they were reporting that I was towing another blue Subaru SUV from the Jiffy Lube, and I wasn't towing it from the Jiffy Lube. It was actually going to be the same tow. Let's see what the date is on this. I gotta look back here. Give me one sec. It says February 28th. Let's see if it's gonna be the same date as my invoice here.
So when you find your invoice, tell me what the hearing exhibit number is, please.
Okay. So there's another invoice in here for this. So it doesn't look like my invoice for that Subaru is on here at all. So let me try to pull the last officer statement on, I believe, exhibit 10. Is this 105? No, this is Dell.
So let me just interject for a moment. Mr. Dick, Miss Hayden, can you help with the hearing exhibit number for Mr. Dick's invoice for the second tow, the February 28th tow? Is that in evidence? I believe it is.
Yes. Yes, Your Honor. The invoice, I believe that for the blue Subaru, correct?
Yes.
It's steps exhibit 113.
113. Okay, so I'm gonna skip ahead a couple. Okay, so it says 3-1. So I don't think that this invoice was actually. So it looks like this is gonna be 29. Okay, so this was gonna be Subaru at the time. So yeah, it was a different Subaru. But I mean, furthermore, on any of these three tows, I thought that I was I was concurrent with the law for the PUC. Didn't think I was in any violations doing these tows, because obviously they made me reapply. But I supplied the commission with everything they needed, and I didn't need to be issued additional permit because I already had one for the year. And when I went online to actually renew, it was telling me that I couldn't renew till within 90 days of the expiration of my permit date. So something's funny here. I mean, I tried to get on there and redo a permit, and it wouldn't let me reapply for another permit, because I had the current 6-month permit still.
Okay, I think I understand that. Is there, Mr. Tucker, is there anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so is Mr. Dick's direct testimony now concluded?
Oh, no, we need to keep going. I'm
Okay.
sorry. I thought you meant, I thought you meant, I apologize, Your Honor. I thought you meant on that.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I
that-
asked a very unclear question, so I apologize for that. So why don't you continue?
No, you don't need to apologize. All right, so you're on, okay, so what exhibit are you on? No, flip back.
So this one,
And please explain that.
so, well, we already explained this one. We're going to need to move to the next one because this was the Three Springs Boulevard. That was what we were just talking about. So it actually exhibit, I believe, 114,
Okay.
which would be the denial letter after, or no, this is.
Okay, but don't, hey, Slade,
Yes.
he's got to keep a record.
Okay.
Okay, so speak.
So it looks like my violations on 7/28/2021, it looks like we're gonna be looking at exhibit 114. So 114 was actually, I believe, from J. Estrada. I need to find this was a violation warning letter from J. Estrada, I believe. Let me go to the next exhibit to see because it's not marked on this one here. So yeah, this was from, nope, Steven Still Seeger. So I don't, it's been so long, I don't even remember what exactly this one was for, but I think this was actually to do with a private tow. This was the first time I believe that I ever received a violation warning. And this was again, exhibit 114 from Steven Seeger. And I remember, that Jay Estrada, the one that issued me the next warning letter for the same type of tow record / missing invoice or whatever, had explained to me exactly how to perform private tows. I mean, down the list. And I did receive, this was the first warning letter that I received. I was obviously new to, doing my own private towing. And I remember that Jay Estrada on 115, when he issued me this, he said he had to send out a warning letter, but he did understand that I was new to private towing and that they didn't want to issue me any type of fines. He did have to put a letter into the system, but other than that, he explained to me what was all missing and that just not to let it happen again. And I mean, I guess I'm unclear why this violation letter is even has anything relevant to do with this hearing, because I mean, I've corrected that and I haven't been in trouble for the same thing, and I haven't received any additional warning letters besides, receiving the two $14,000 or $13,000 CPANs that, I received, or these violations right here that I received for the first time, $7,000 or $13,000. Yeah, but this is the first time that, I've ever been in trouble for towing without a permit. But again, I was under the impression that I had a current permit at the time of the tow.
Okay,
So,
thank you, Mr. Dick. Let me just ask you, I think you were referencing the J. Estrada letter. Is that exhibit 115?
I believe so. Let me double check here.
It's right there, the bottom,
Yeah, it's gonna be,
bottom left.
no, it's gonna be the.
No, it's
At the bottom of the email right here, Greg. She just put them in.
no, at the bottom left. It's 115.
Yes, this
No.
was from J. Estrada.
So that's hearing exhibit 115. Is that
Correct.
correct? Okay,
Yes,
great. Thank you. So you may continue. Mr. Tucker, do you want to direct him elsewhere?
Yeah, we'll go to 116.
160. What it is. This was a towing permit application. I mean, this is looks like the PUC's denial letter after they made me reapply. As you can see, it says towing permit application number 1018812 and 23 APT T44324, which when I received this, I really had no idea. I mean, I applied, Lloyd Schmidt made me reapply again. And like I said, I had no idea why I was reapplying, because I had T04532 for the last 12 years. I'm fine with the commission. So I guess, I was a little bit confused when I received this denial letter, whether they were denying me this year because I still had 6 months left on this current towing permit, or whether they were trying to make me apply for this new T44324 and they were giving me that number for the next year. And paying the next year's permit because, I mean, again, I had a current permit on file with the commission and I've had the same T number for the last 12 years. This is the first time I've ever seen this T44324 number.
Okay. Anything further on that, Mr. Dick?
You know, I just was a little bit confused that they denied this and then put that I was charged in, you know, in district court with all these other charges, you know, when it was just a little bit weird, you know, in the 3 days of limbo looking for my insurance, I got charged with all these charges and still in the truck trailer HVAC load. I mean, Joseph Potts is saying that I have a criminal history, which is completely incorrect. I didn't have a criminal history criminal record, I guess, until I applied for a county permit within La Plata and, you know, stemmed to this apparently. So I've never been in trouble before in my life.
Okay. All right.
Go to the next exhibit, and if you can explain that, please.
So what exhibit are we looking at now?
117.
Great, thank you.
117. So, and this was going to be a report. The report. Okay, so on 117 from Deputy Calhoun, it says that he observed me on 160, and I was actually, it says observed an SNR flatbed tow truck with a pickup truck attached to the bed sitting at the intersection. I think that Deputy Calhoun failed to note that it was an SNR pickup truck on the back of my SNR flatbed tow truck, Your Honor. So that's as far as I can explain to you that I was towing my own vehicle as a non-pay tow. It had nothing to do with the PUC or any of the PUC's rules.
Okay.
Our truck.
I understand.
Go to the last tab and explain that.
So it looks like this is just the redacted photo 117C. That was 117. I guess let me look at the next report from. Oh, and it's going to be the same thing. That was it. That's the redacted.
All right.
Right.
So let me ask you this. Okay. Were you insured
Yes,
by Lyle Love with Woods Insurance?
that's correct.
Okay. Were you towing improperly? Did you have insurance?
I've always had insurance on file with the commission. I've never towed improperly.
Well, you said there was 3 days. There was 3 days.
There's 3 days in limbo with every time I renew my policy, but there's always a 14-day grace period for me to find a new one.
Okay, I understand that, but let me ask you this. Any of these counts, did they happen in those 3 days?
I mean, the CPANs happened apparently within 3 days, but I was insured because I was on a grace period.
No, did any of these, what I'm asking you is, did any of these infractions that they're claiming occur in those 3 days?
No. So
No, say it louder.
no, I mean, I was insured the whole time. I didn't go through a lapse of insurance and my permit was active the whole time.
Okay.
So I don't know what else to tell everybody except for, I don't know if it's a joke or what the deal is, but it's definitely something funny is going on here. But yes, I was insured the whole time.
Okay, anything further, Mr. Tucker?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. So I will turn to Ms. Hayden for any cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Dick, you just testified that you did tow these vehicles. Is that correct?
Yeah, I did tow the vehicles.
All right. And you testified also that you did receive that February 6th letter. Is that right?
What February 6th letter? The cancellation letter or?
Yeah,
letter?
Yeah, I'm referring to Staff's Exhibit 101, the order of summary suspension. You
Okay.
received
The letter that I get every year when my policy renews. Yes, ma'am, I did receive that letter.
and you receive those every year because you don't pay insurance on time. Is that right?
No, my policy was paid off, and I usually pay insurance on time every time. This time, when you guys sent me that letter, my policy was paid off, and that was me making my last payment. And I
Okay.
did.
So you do receive these every year?
Every year when my policy is going to roll over, yes.
Okay.
When I'm getting new,
And
as well as every other carrier that's on the list.
Okay. And based on this, based on staff's exhibit 101, you do have an opportunity to show up and provide that information to the PUC, is that correct?
What do you mean show up? You guys are in Denver, I'm in Durango. My insurance carrier, he filed it with you guys, or he digitally filed with you guys. And I called in and you guys confirmed on a recorded line that you did have my insurance, yes.
Did you attend your show cause hearing that was scheduled on February 22nd?
I was never notified. Lloyd told me I went ahead and requested through him directly, and I did. And I said, well, how do I request? He said, you just did. And I was never notified of a show cause hearing, neither was my lawyer.
Mr. Dick, can you please take a look at staff's exhibit 101? This February 6th letter that you just testified that you received, is that right?
Yeah,
Well,
but it's
let him take a look at it. Hold on, Mr. Dick. Take a look at exhibit 101. And the question is whether you received this document.
yes, I did receive it.
Go
In
ahead.
fact,
I'm sorry, Ms. Hayden.
Thank you, Judge. And Mr. Dick, based on your testimony, you receive one every year, is that right?
Well, I received one when my policy is getting ready to renew, yes.
And Mr. Dick, according to staff's exhibit 101, take a look at that second full paragraph where it says, please be advised that this constitutes a complaint to permanently revoke your transportation carrier authority or operating right as a result of your failure to maintain proper evidence of insurance or surety coverage on file with the commission. A hearing regarding the complaint is presently scheduled to be held on February 22nd, 2023 at 12 p.m.
And yes,
There are-
if the commission receives proper evidence of insurance, it says right here, if of insurance or surety coverage prior to the hearing, it will be dismissed.
And Mr. Dick, you failed to provide that insurance prior to this date, is that correct?
No, I did not. My insurance carrier provided it with you guys 3 times.
Mr. Dick, did you offer any exhibits into this case?
Did I offer any exhibits? No, I did not.
Do you have did you come with any proof of insurance letter that you previously submitted or documentation that was received by the PUC?
Oh, but I can email it in and I could have the insurance carrier email it into you guys. And
Mr.
lines
Dick,
saying you guys received it.
Mr. Dick, so you are aware that you had the opportunity to do that by February 22nd of 2023, is that right?
I am aware of that, yeah.
Okay, and then so that you are also aware that you must cease towing on or after February 14th if that evidence is not filed with the commission.
I did file. Right? Yeah, but I did file with the commission and I had insurance on file with you guys with a new policy under national indemnity.
Mr. Dick, you are aware that you were on notice to stop towing after February 14th of 2023, is that correct?
If proper insurance wasn't filed, yes.
Okay. Let's see. Mr. Dick, were you, what days in limbo was your insurance?
From the, I'd probably be, I think from the, I'd have to look back, from the, give me 1 second. Can you give me about 5 minutes here? I gotta pull up the email.
Take the time that you need, Mr. Dick, to be able to answer the question accurately.
Thank you. Are we able to take a recess and get on? Because it's not full email. It's been telling him from him. It's not loading them. So are we able to take about 5 minutes so I can pull the correct document? I'm gonna have to walk over to the computer to get it because it's not loading down here on my phone. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine. Let's take a
Your Honor,
5-minute.
Your Honor, I would object to the request. There have been no exhibits submitted on behalf of the defendant in this case. This is all information that had it been submitted at the time could have been addressed, but I don't think that submitting or trying to track down a document that may or may not exist would sway the commission one way or another, as it was not provided on the dates of offense in which these CPANs were issued.
Your Honor, if I may,
Go ahead, Mr. Tucker.
those documents were never requested.
Well, they were
And
we filed them, but
I mean, we're trying our best. He already testified under oath that it was a 3-day lapse in insurance, and then he got it again. But hold on, let me do my job.
Your Honor, I would object as counsel's testifying for the defendant.
Yeah,
No.
I understand. Okay, Mr. Tucker, hold on. Mr. Tucker and Mr. Dick, let me just tell you, I mean, we need you to not speak over top of each other. It's making things very hard on Ms. Wiesenthal to get an accurate transcript here. And that admonition goes to everybody here. We need to stop interrupting and talking over everybody. So I understand your objection, Ms. Hayden. I'm going to overrule it and give Mr. Dick the opportunity to try to refresh his recollection about testimony that's already in evidence about this 3 days of limbo. So we're going to take a 5-minute recess until it's 11:51 a.m. according to my clock. So 11:56 we'll go back on the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Tucker and Mr. Dick, are you there and ready to go?
So Jim, they left at the break and I have not seen them join back in again.
Okay. Well, let's sit tight for their return.
Sorry, Judge. We're having technical difficulties. Wait, I can't hear you.
Are you ready to
Are
go,
you on
Mr.
mute?
Tucker? Yeah, I was on mute. I apologize for
Oh,
that.
no, that's okay.
Are you ready to go?
Yes.
Okay.
Come on.
And
Well,
if
you can. It's all right. He'll believe you. It's okay.
So are you,
So hold on one moment. Let me get us back on the record. And if you could turn on the video, that would be very helpful to me and the court reporter.
okay, give me 1 second. How do you turn the video on, Greg? Here it is, I got it. So I
Give
have,
me just one moment. Hold on, Mr. Dick. I apologize, but I need to get us back on the record. These are just formalities that I have to do to make the record clear. But we're back on the record in consolidated proceeding numbers 23G-0153TO and 23G-0154TO. When we left, I think the pending question was, when were the 3 days of limbo in insurance coverage?
Ms.
Ms. Hayden, am I correct about that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so we took a break to allow Mr. Dick to try to refresh his recollection on that. Go ahead, Mr. Dick.
So I'm actually trying to get Lyle's email. We're in a bad reception area, but he's trying to get me over the letter that I told you guys, or the actual policy that we renewed with National Indemnity. So I'm trying to pull it up on my email here, but I don't have the exact date for you yet. I'm waiting on an email here. So, I mean, at this point, I really can't do anything except for wait until he sends this email over. This is the first time, like I said, I've had this issue with PUC, or else I would have known to actually submit these documents ahead of time.
Okay.
But I think kind of why Gray asked for a continuance, because he kind of got docked dumb too prior to all this.
Okay. It sounds like at this point you can't answer the question. So Ms. Hayden, why don't you continue with your cross-examination? And at the end of this cross-examination, if I forget, please remind me to come back to you, Mr. Dick. And Ms. Hayden,
Okay.
why don't you remind me as well to see whether the email you're waiting on has come through. So Ms. Hayden, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Dick, it really doesn't matter because according to you, under your impression, you were insured the whole time. Isn't that right?
Yeah, I was under the impression I was insured the whole time. Yeah.
Okay. And you were receiving notices from the PUC that said you're in suspended status. Is that correct?
I only received one order of summary and suspension complaint.
And you were contacted by La Plata County Sheriff's Office that said you shouldn't be towing.
I was contacted by the LaPlata County Sheriff's Office, but we had already renewed our insurance, yes.
And you were contacted by Durango PD. This says there's an issue you're not supposed to be towing.
I was never contacted by Durango PT. When I was contacted by LaPlata County Sheriff's, I actually wasn't even performing a paid tow. But yes, I got contacted by LaPlata County Sheriff's, but not DPD, no.
And you were contacted by Colorado State Patrol.
Never contacted by Colorado State
you were
Patrol.
not.
I was towing my own vehicle at the time he wrote that report, though.
So you're aware Colorado State Patrol wrote a report about you towing?
Well, nobody notified me. Well, what I'm reading here, yeah, I mean, he wrote a report wherever, now that I'm looking at the exhibit, yeah. And
Ms.
he wrote a
Hayden,
report on my own vehicle.
Ms.
Yes,
Hayden,
Ron.
what is that hearing exhibit number?
The Colorado State Patrol exhibit, Your Honor, is
Oh, no, that was the Subaru. I'm sorry. So he didn't contact me, no, whenever he wrote this report. Nobody told me anything. He says that he actually took a picture of me.
Let's hold on, Mr. Dick, and let her direct you to the hearing exhibit number that she's asking about.
It's going to be 111.
It is staff's exhibit 111.
Okay, thank you. So give us a moment, Ms. Federico, if you could call that up, okay? So go ahead, Ms. Hayden.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Dick, according to staff's exhibit 111, Colorado State Patrol has written a report in regards to your towing activities. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Okay. This is the exhibit previously submitted as staff's exhibit 111, where the trooper pulled up beside your tow truck and took photos of you towing on February 28th. Is that right?
Yeah, actually, yes. This is the first time I've ever seen this report, though. You asked me if he had contacted or notified me, which no, he did not notify me of this report.
And there were Durango police officers on scene. Is that right?
No, there was not.
According to Trooper's report 1, 2, 3, 4, the fourth paragraph down, when minutes later several Durango police officers arrived, you were all aware that SNR Towing's PUC had been suspended. Is that right?
They were aware. Apparently, it says nothing about. I mean, I wasn't. They must have arrived to talk to the trooper, but nobody ever notified me or made contact with me. No, nobody
So Ms.
talked.
Hayden, let me just interject. I mean, the document's in evidence. It speaks for itself. The witness has testified. This is the first time he's ever seen this. So are you just asking him to confirm what's written in this report? Or are you asking whether he has, independent personal knowledge of Durango police officers arriving on this date?
This is, Your Honor, this is the one I believe that had the body cam footage of local law enforcement contacting Mr. Dick that was previously entered into evidence that we observed, notifying him that there was an issue with his insurance.
No, this was but that was at Peerless Tire with LaPlata County Sheriff's. This is the Colorado State Patrol Watkins. This is a small town. This is Denver. These are two separate incidences, and nobody ever contacted me for this particular incident.
Your Honor,
Okay.
may I move
Ms.
on?
Hayden, yeah, why don't you move on?
And Mr. Dick, you were covered the entire time by Lyle Love Woods Insurance. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
But you never filed proof of that with the PUC. Is that correct?
Well, I've always had the insurance carrier file for me, and Lyle Love explained to me that he did file and the form H&E. And when you guys spoke about Garage Keepers Insurance, I know that there was a hiccup in between. When he first originally filed there, got it on file with the commission, and I called to clarify with the commission whether or not there was insurance filed, and they did. They did confirm that yes, he did file it. They did say something about Garage Keepers, and I know that not that day, but the next day he had to go back. He tried to file the Garage Keepers on there and fix a couple things that PUC asked him to do, but he did fix it and get it on file with the commission.
And Mr. Dick, that did not take place on February 14th, did it?
No, I don't think it happened the 14th. I think it did happen the 14th later on that evening. He filed it the 14th, but they called him back the 15th, or somebody let him know that he needed to refile. So I know that there was a hiccup there, but he did refile it upon them asking him to refile it with the commission.
And there's no indication in the record or staff's exhibits that indicate that ever took place. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. I don't see any record that anybody took it down. No.
And indeed, Mr. Swint was telling you that you needed to get insurance information filed with the PUC. Is that correct?
Well, what Mr. Swint had told me was just a little bit odd in how they went about it.
Mr. Dick, let me just answer the question. He did also advise you to file your proof of insurance with the PUC. Is that correct?
That's correct, and I did.
And you had previously testified that you understood that your insurance had lapsed. Is that right?
No, I was under the impression that I paid off my policy in full for the last payment, and that we were getting a new policy, reinstated, and that was what we filed with commission.
And you were asked by the PUC to file for a new permit. Is that right?
But yeah, I was asked to reapply, and I've never been asked to reapply before.
Because your permit had been revoked. Isn't that right?
Well, no, it was in a suspended status. I had an 18-day grace period is what your guys' office told me. And I got it within 18 days of that grace period she had told me.
So you were aware the permit was suspended?
Suspended, yes. But it was, like I said, we got the day that we were aware that it was suspended and it needed to be on file with you guys, we made sure that it was uploaded to your guys' website.
And you don't have any direct evidence of that, do you, Mr. Dick?
I do, but Ms. Hayden, if I had adequate time and I would have known that they didn't receive it, I would, I actually was able to pull the document. But no, today I don't until I get the email we were speaking of earlier. Okay, but that information you did not provide to the PUC initially, correct? No, the insurance carrier or my agent would have done that. And you did not provide that to the investigator, Mr. Potts, when you were communicating with him. Is that correct?
Your Honor, I've got to interject a little bit. And I know you've overruled almost every objection I've made, but we just got a document dump on us last week. And to ask for documents in response to documents is, in my opinion, inappropriate. And I apologize. I know you don't like the fact that I'm objecting, but this is inappropriate. We just got these on Thursday. And I mean, I reviewed these last night with my client last night. We can't respond to things like this and questions like this when we just got these documents.
Okay, Mr. Tucker, I'm fine with your objections. You have every right to lodge objections. So if I've given any impression that I don't want you to lodge objections, that certainly was not my intent. And I've actually sustained at least one or two of your objections. So, so what exactly is your objection? That you haven't had enough time to be able to get your exhibits together for this hearing?
Yeah, Judge, we got all the documents that you saw today on Thursday, and I can't respond to questions and documents that she's asking for. It's inappropriate. We don't have time. And my objection is that this is untimely. It's prime. I haven't even been able to talk to my client about the documents that she's asking about. It's inappropriate.
Okay, so what you're saying is you received the exhibits that have been admitted here today, last Thursday, September 21st. Do I understand that correctly?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. And you've known about this hearing for approximately a month. Is that correct?
Yes, I have, Judge.
Okay.
And I didn't expect the documents to show up so early.
Your Honor, may I respond?
Go ahead, Ms. Hayden.
Your Honor, my line of questioning is not requesting documents. It's a line of questioning to show and lay the foundation and record that every opportunity has been afforded to Mr. Dick to provide all of this information prior to either issuing a CPAN back in February, then the issuance of CPANs, then PUC letters in April. That to be clear, I'm not requesting these documents, but the opportunity to have provided those has come and gone. To further clarify the record, the exhibits that had been filed in this case were readily available prior to the last setting of the matter. Additionally, the Attorney General's office did send directly to Mr. Dick access to those documents. Following up, they were additionally filed with the PUC and available on the court's website. I personally did send an email to counsel stating as much, and he did also receive documents from us as well. So I would object to the idea that it's a timing issue. I am not requesting documents. I'm simply laying the foundation that there have been multiple contacts and opportunities for Mr. Dick of S&R Towing to provide such information or file with the PUC, because there's no indication in the PUC record.
Well, and I was under the impression I did
Well,
because.
hold on 1 second, Mr. Dick. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Please don't
Yep.
interrupt. Let her finish.
Sorry about that.
In regards to exhibits, the staff had filed those with the PUC a month ago. And to clarify, the request is not seeking documents today. It was laying the foundation that there was not the opportunity to have either submitted those has come and gone based on multiple contacts from the PUC and commission itself.
Okay,
All right, give me just a moment, Mr. Tucker, please.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. The fact that they were filed with the PUC does not mean that they were filed with the court. And we just received these on Thursday. And I'm fine. We went through all the documents, I mean, on both sides. What I'm concerned about is asking questions and issues that we have not discussed. So I'm sorry, Judge, that's my problem. I don't think filing with the PUC files with themselves is not notice. And we just got these on Thursday. And
Your
we're
Honor,
still doing this hearing.
Your Honor, and to clarify, when I use the term PUC, I mean the Public Utilities Commission. We filed our exhibits with the commission a month ago, the entity in which we are
Right.
for today.
And I'm looking at the docket in this proceeding, and they were filed. The exhibits for this proceeding were filed in the docket for this proceeding on August 25th, 2023. And I take it what you're saying, Ms. Hayden, is that all of the exhibits that were filed on that date are exactly the same as what had been admitted into evidence today. Is that right?
That's correct, Your Honor. There were no amendments, additions, or subtractions. There was no change in the previously submitted documents.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So,
All right, Judge, hold on. She's already trying to amend them. She's amending the documents and redacting the redactions and filing things that I can't see because they're blacked out. I don't know how to respond to this.
So Mr. Tucker, let me try to help a little bit. So what she's provided to you and what was filed on August 25th were both confidential and non-confidential versions of exhibits containing confidential information. So those exhibits that contain confidential information were exhibits 102, 103, 107, 113, and 117. And so what you're looking at are the non-confidential versions that have the redactions. And that's done obviously to protect the individuals whose confidential information is contained within them. So Ms. Hayden also filed confidential versions, which are not redacted. And that's in your notebook as well that you have there. So let me just kind of come full circle because I've kind of lost track of where we are. So what is your specific, concise objection here, Mr. Tucker?
My objection was for asking my client for a document and he doesn't even know what he's responding to.
Okay.
That's the objection. So she can ask the question again, but my objection stands.
Okay. And so Ms. Hayden was not asking for a document from Mr. Dick, is my understanding. I'm going to overrule the objection. Ms. Hayden, if you want to clean this up at all, that's your prerogative.
Let's see.
And on this point, if you just want to let the record speak for itself, Ms. Hayden, that's your prerogative as well.
Your Honor,
And I understand what you were asking, Miss Hayden. I was just trying to clarify and let you know that I tried to, and I thought that my insurance carrier had this for me, that I was under the impression the PC asked for it, and I was under the impression myself that my insurance carrier had done so. Apparently they did not, because you guys didn't receive it, or we would be right here today. So.
Right. Well, yes, thank you, Mr. Dick, for clearing that up for us. That's basically it in a nutshell, Judge. Let's see. I'll let the record reflect for itself, Your Honor. I have no further questions for this witness, Judge.
Okay, and before we get there, Ms. Hayden, let me turn back to Mr. Tucker. I'm not Mr. Tucker, Mr. Dick, and just ask whether the email that you've been waiting on has come through.
I'll look, Judge. He lives down here below the mountains, so let me see if he had gotten it. I'll try to refresh here. It's just
Judge, sorry, I live on a ranch in southern Colorado, on the Florida River, and we've got really bad cell phone and Wi-Fi. He's looking for it.
Okay.
In the meantime, can I ask him a question?
Not yet.
Okay. That's a great response.
You'll be given the opportunity for redirect. But if that email has come through, I'd like to know, and I want to possibly give Ms. Hayden the opportunity to ask any further questions. As I said, I would do.
Of course, that's fine. And I mean, as he's looking, and I'm not testifying, but I represent Lyle Love and Woods Insurance. I know this is real. And I'm not testifying. This has nothing to do with your decision, but I just know where this is going. If you can find the email.
Okay.
Did you find it?
Trying to download.
Just call Lyle, dude.
Well, I tried, but I don't have time because I think I got what they need. Either way, it's showing I was in.
Let's go off the record for a moment.
How much time?
Are you asking me?
Yeah. How much time do you want to go off the record?
I want to sit here and see whether the emails come through. So I went off the record.
Well, I got the.
Okay. All right. Hold on.
So I believe we can go on record or not, but I do have where actually the 12th is when we renewed. You can see the current policy of that renewal day. I don't know how to get this to you or if you can email it to you guys, but here's directly from the insurance company, and it shows I don't know if that shows. Let me see if I can find the certificate directly to PUC. But I know that you guys were listed as additional certificate holder.
I mean, do you want me to email this to you guys, or how do you want to get it?
Your Honor, I would
Showing-
object to any admission of documents at this
So
time.
let's all stop for just a moment, okay? I need to get us back on the record. And then I'm going to allow Miss Hayden to ask any questions that she may have,
Okay.
remaining questions, and then we'll go on from there. So
Okay.
we're back on the record in this proceeding. Consolidated proceeding number 23G-0153TO and 23G-0154TO. Ms. Hayden, you may go forward.
Uh,
And if you want me to set the table, I can do that, Ms. Hayden.
That'd be, thank you, Judge, please.
Okay, so Mr. Dick had referenced the possibility of getting an email regarding at least the 3 days of limbo that he's testified to in his
Okay.
insurance coverage. And it sounds like the email or an email in any event has come through to him. So Ms. Hayden, you may go forward.
Yes, Mr. Slade, so you have some information that shows that your insurance had lapsed and was in limbo, is that correct?
Well, no, Ms. Hayden, now that I'm looking at it, my policy renewed on 4/12. So it was actually prior to it should have been filed on with you guys prior to the 14th. So I'm guessing that when I was telling you that Lyle had that issue with the garage keepers and filing, it was on the 14th. It looks like that would have been actually the 12th.
Of
So there was
April, is that right?
What's that?
In April, is that correct?
4/12, March, yes, it would have been April 12th.
Okay, okay. And so you're doing your best to resolve this matter in April, is that right? And that's when things
Well,
got,
that's when you guys asked. Let me see when it says, but it said January, February, March. So it
Okay.
was longer actually than the 3 days apparently, because it's like we're looking at my notes now in this book, and it was because of the Safe for You. The Safe for You cab report was the problem, because they had to go through and find another policy because somebody entered fake violations on my report.
okay,
Um,
okay.
so,
And this all took place in April of 2023, is that right, Mr. Dick?
yep. Looks
Okay.
like you guys are requesting on. Give me one second, try to get back to
And-
this.
That's okay, that was just a yes or no question, Mr. Dick.
Well, yeah, but I don't want to lie to you here. So
Oh, no.
I can say yes or no, but it's kind of stupid if I gave you the wrong answer here.
Oh, no, I think I understand, Mr. Dick.
I mean, this is obviously the first time I've ever had issues with this. I mean, I can show you current filings with you guys. I just don't understand why somebody's got it out for me so bad, you know.
Okay,
I mean,
Mr. Dick, thank you. Ms. Hayden, do you have any further questions?
I do not, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you. So just so the record's clear, and so I understand this, Mr. Dick, I think you just said that there was a lapse in your insurance and that following the lapse, you obtained insurance again on April 12th of 2023. So do I understand that correctly?
that's correct.
Okay.
I did, but I didn't realize that until now. I thought they had already filed with you guys, and apparently looking at it, you know, that was so. The 12th is when I would have 4/12 is when I got, you know, the
Okay.
days.
All right.
I a couple days. Yes.
Okay, thank you for that. And Mr. Dick, I mean, sitting here now, do you know when your insurance lapsed before April 12th?
No, I'd have to go back and look at all that, Judge. Like I said, we didn't, you know, I thought we were current up until we rolled over. So I'm going to have to review that again before I answer that correctly, because I don't have it in front of me.
Okay, all right. So I have no further questions. Mr. Tucker, you may proceed with redirect.
I just got one question, Slade. You have insurance,
I have current insurance, yes.
and have you ever operated with the knowledge that you lapsed for 2 days without insurance?
I mean, I've never, no, not to the best of my knowledge. I always try to stay concurrent with, you know, PUC rules. I don't ever try to go out of compliance or go against them. I mean, I don't want any issues, so no.
And have you been convicted of any of these felonies?
No, I'm not.
No, speak up.
No,
We gotta hear you.
I have not, or any of the ones they put on the denial letter.
Okay. That's all I've got, Judge.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tucker. So it sounds like, Mr. Tucker, that you're resting the respondent's case. Do I have that right?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. So let me turn to you, Ms. Hayden. Are you going to have a rebuttal case?
Your Honor, I'll field that question if that's all right.
That's fine.
I think there was just a dramatic pivot in the factual circumstances. So if it would be acceptable with Your Honor, I think we would like to discuss it with our client for a couple of minutes. Could we maybe take a recess and come back in 15 minutes?
Why don't we're at 12:30. So why don't we take a lunch break? And you and Ms. Hayden can speak with your clients about what you want to do, if anything. So why don't we do that? Why don't we take a break until 1:15? So 45 minutes for lunch. And let me just preface something for everybody, which is whether or not staff puts on a rebuttal case, I'm going to be asking whether you want to make closing arguments at the end of this hearing. So think about that as well during the lunch break. Both sides need to think about that. With that, I mean, is there anything further that anybody wants me to address here and now before we take our lunch recess?
No, thanks. No, thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker.
Nothing else from staff at this time, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. So let's take our lunch recess, as I said, until 1:15 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Right here.
Okay, is everybody ready to go?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your
Okay,
Honor.
It's a great-
thank you. Ms. Wiesenthal, are you ready to go?
Yes.
And how about you, Ms. Federico?
Lost my mouse. Yes, I'm ready.
Thank you. Okay, we are back on the record in consolidated proceeding numbers 23G-0153TO and 23G-0154TO. And before we took our lunch break, I had posed a few questions to the attorneys in this proceeding. The first one being whether staff wants to put on a rebuttal case. So I'll turn to staff.
Your Honor, staff is going to put on a rebuttal case. We would call Lloyd Swint.
Okay. Mr. Swint, if you could, there you are. And just as a reminder, the oath that you took earlier continues to apply. So with that, I'm assuming it's Mr. Johnston's going to be doing the questioning.
It is,
Go
Your
ahead.
Honor.
Great, go ahead.
Hello, Mr. Swint. Welcome back. The first thing I want to talk to you about is Rule 6008 of the Commission towing rules. Is that a rule that you're familiar with?
Yes, it is. Yes, ma'am.
Generally, what does that rule discuss?
It discusses all the financial responsibility and insurance requirements for carriers who are seeking any type of permit issued by the commission.
Who does Commission Rule 6008 require to provide proof of adequate insurance coverage or financial responsibility?
Could you clarify your question? Is this pertaining to tow carriers in this
To towing
case?
carriers, yes, yes, sir.
The rule is going to specify that they must carry 3 forms of insurance. First, the E document, which is liability, the H, which is for cargo, and 14, which is garage keepers.
So we're here to discuss S&R towing. Have you determined whether or not there is a commission record of S&R towing submitting valid proof of insurance between February and April this year?
There is not a valid record.
Thank you. And when we say there's not a valid record, do you mean that there is no record, or is there some other record?
A portion of that record is not present.
Okay, so the time period I'm talking about is February 14th to, let's call it April 5th, just to be clear. In that time frame, is there any record of them submitting insurance?
2 parts of the insurance have been filed, but there's no record of the third. And
Okay. And what date were those 2 parts filed?
they were effective on or about the 6th of April.
Okay, so between February 4th and April 5th, is there any record?
No.
Okay, and then in April 6th, you said they submitted an incomplete record.
Correct.
All right, and at any point in time after that, did they provide sufficient proof of insurance?
No.
Okay, so what is the current status of S&R Towing's insurance?
Revoked.
And what is the current status of S&R Towing's permit?
Revoked.
Okay, thank you. And now I want to move on to something that came up in Mr. Dick's testimony. Did Mr. Dick contact you by telephone around March or April of 2013? It
was on or about the 5th of April or days following the 5th of April.
Okay. Why was it that you were fielding his telephone calls and not somebody else?
He had applied to activate his permit, and on or about the 5th of April 2023, I had made a determination that based upon his application and the current status of this case, along with pending criminal charges in La Plata County, that staff had determined that it was not in the public interest for us to issue a permit. And I told the clerical staff who works with the permits that they no longer had to field calls from Mr. Dick because they said he was being rude and disrespectful to them. So
Okay.
I asked them to refer all calls to me.
All right, thank you. And during those calls, did you discuss insurance with Mr. Dick?
I don't recall specifically discussing insurance, but I do recall telling him that we were in the process of making a determination regarding his permit and his application, and that all the applicable insurance eventually would have to be on file.
All right. And did Mr. Dick ever provide you an insurance policy at that point in time?
No,
All right. And did he ever provide you any documentation that suggested he had SNR Towing had valid insurance on February 24th or February 28th of 2023?
no.
Okay. And Mr. Dick also represented that you informed him that he would have a temporary 6-month permit. I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but do you remember discussing a 6-month permit with Mr. Dick?
No, they do not exist.
There's no such thing as a temporary 6-month permit?
There is no such thing as a temporary 6-month permit issued by the commission.
So in light of the fact that there is no such thing, did you inform Mr. Dick that he had a 6-month permit to operate?
No.
Okay. All right, Mr. Swint, I think those are all the questions I have for you this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnston. Let me turn to Mr. Tucker and see if you have any cross-examination.
I didn't have a current.
I don't.
Well, and just clarify that.
Okay.
And just for the
Thank you.
record,
I mean,
going to have a 6
Well,
month-
Hold on 1 second. Hold on. So if people want to speak on the record, you need to do it in a way that we can understand it. So first,
I
let me,
was just clarifying, and I never said I had a temporary permit. I was saying that my 1-year towing permit that they're saying was suspended.
Your Honor, I would object to Mr. Dick testifying at this point. The portion of proof for them in the hearing has closed. If they want to ask Mr. Swint a cross-examination question, that'd be appropriate. But what Mr. Dick is doing right now is testifying, and that is not provided. That is not allowed by the rules. Thank you.
so I'm going to, sustain that objection. Let me just ask Mr. Tucker, just to make sure. My understanding is you don't have any questions for Mr. Swint. Do I understand that correctly?
no, not for him. No.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Swint, I don't have any further questions for you regarding your rebuttal testimony. So you may step down and are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Johnston, do you or Ms. Hayden have anything further?
No further rebuttal proof, Your Honor. That would close our case.
Okay, thank you. So with that, we're almost at the end. Before we took our lunch break, I asked Mr. Johnston, Ms. Hayden, and Mr. Tucker whether you wanted to make any closing arguments. So as you have the burden, staff, I'll ask you first. Mr. Johnston or Ms. Hayden, do you want to make a closing argument?
We would like to make a closing argument, Your Honor.
Okay, so you'll be allowed to do that. Mr. Tucker, when they're done, I'll ask you whether you have a closing argument as well. But it looks like Mr. Johnston, are you going to provide the closing argument?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, really quick.
Okay.
There is an important factual issue that I think you need to hear that my client wants to tell you that just came up in rebuttal. And I mean, I know there's no rebuttal of a rebuttal, but this just got brought up and he needs to respond to it.
Well, no, it didn't just get brought up. It's that the permit was, that just wasn't a temporary permit.
And we could just, I mean, real briefly, if you can testify for a second about what was brought up.
And Judge, we've already argued this particular issue. I objected. You sustained that objection. I think that they've had their opportunity to discuss that 6-month permit. I would ask again that you not allow this.
Okay, so Mr. Tucker, you did not object to any of the rebuttal testimony. And it was within the scope of the evidence that you presented during your case in chief. And as you have conceded, there is no opportunity for the respondent to do rebuttal evidence. So
Okay.
I'm going to deny your request, and I'm going to let Mr. Johnston present the complainant's final argument. So
Okay, I just want for the record to say that I did not do the case in chief. I'm not the plaintiff. And this was something that was brought up in a rebuttal that I was just asking you for the courtesy of having my client testify to it regarding the 6-month extension.
Doesn't matter.
But okay, you've made your decision. That's fine, but it was not my case in chief. I am not the plaintiff.
exactly, and that's why you don't get the opportunity for rebuttal or surrebuttal case. So we're in agreement on that. So with that, Mr. Johnston, why don't you go ahead with your closing argument?
Thank you, Your Honor. Staff here is requesting that Your Honor order the full CPAN penalty for each CPAN and find that SNR Towing has violated 2 counts in each CPAN. There are a number of aggravating factors at issue here. You heard proof about prior violation of warning letters that were issued to SNR Towing suggesting a pattern of conduct. You also heard proof today that SNR Towing has continued to tow after the CPANs. The fact that Mr. Dick himself believes that he had a temporary 6-month permit while these CPANs were pending suggests that he has continued to engage in towing behavior. The fact that until an hour ago he believed he had active insurance suggests again that he was continuing to engage in behavior, and he's been witnessed by law enforcement in South Colorado engaging in towing activities. So you're requesting full CPAN penalties. Ultimately, Your Honor, there have been a lot of periphery issues discussed today. I think that's frankly what we spent most of our time on. But ultimately, this case is very simple. There are 2 issues: whether or not SNR Towing had valid insurance, and whether or not SNR Towing had a valid towing permit on February 24th and February 28th of 2023. And the proof of that is clear, and the proof of that is completely unrebutted. Your Honor heard that a suspension notice was sent to SNR Towing indicating that there was a cancellation of their insurance that would start on February 14th of 2023, and that if the commission did not receive up-to-date insurance prior to that date, then starting on February 14th, 2023, their permit would be suspended and ultimately revoked. There has been no rebuttal proof today, no suggestion. There's been some sporadic testimony from Mr. Dick saying that he provided it, but ultimately where he landed was on April of 2023, at some point, he believes his insurance policy went into effect. So there's this enormous gap in time between February 14th and April of 2023, where there's no proof of him having insurance. The only proof is that his insurance had lapsed, and therefore his towing permit appropriately was revoked when he did not show up to the show cause hearing to contest that particular issue. That he had an opportunity, he didn't show up. By his own admission, he reviewed that letter. He seems to have read every part of it except for the part that indicates that he has a hearing date, but nonetheless, his permit was revoked appropriately. The permit is still revoked. To this day, SNR Towing has not provided up-to-date insurance information. Mr. Swint testified that in April, they received 2 out of required 3 forms of payment, that 3 forms of insurance, that there was nothing submitted for valid garage insurance. So even today, SNR Towing would not be eligible for a towing permit. The case as it concerns the core components, whether or not there was insurance, whether or not there was a towing permit, what really matters in this case, that is unrebutted. That SNR Towing was told your permit is going to be canceled if you don't provide up-to-date insurance. They never provided up-to-date insurance. Today, they don't have up-to-date insurance. Mr. Dick, by his own admission, did not begin the steps to resolve that insurance until April of 2023. So when Your Honor considers what really matters, whether or not SNR Towing by preponderance of the evidence violated these 4 violations concerning both insurance and operation without a permit, it's very clear. Mr. Dick, by his own admission, engaged in those 2 tows, and everything else suggests that he did not have insurance, did not have a permit. And so we would ask that you find that they violated all 4 of those counts and order full CPAN penalties. Thank you.
All right, just a couple of questions for you. One is, you stated in terms of the aggravating factor for purposes of penalty, that there's evidence in the record from law enforcement that Mr. Dick has continued to tow since the CPANs. Do I have that right?
That is correct, Your Honor. I believe Mr. Potts testified about it in passing, and if Ms. Hayden could tell me which report suggests the same. I can indicate to you which exhibit it is.
And that's what I'm looking for, is the hearing exhibit.
I'm being told that it's 117,
Yes, that's Exhibit 117, La Plata County Sheriff's Office, dated
May 22nd, 2023.
Okay, and maybe you don't remember, but I remember some testimony from Mr. Dick that on at least one of these, and perhaps it's that one, I think it is that one, that what he was in fact doing was towing one of his own vehicles. Do I have that right?
I will not speak for Mr. Dick's truthfulness or accuracy, but I recall that testimony as well.
And is it your recollection that he was testifying about this incident reported in hearing exhibit 117? Because that's mine.
I believe that to be correct.
Okay. All right. Second question. So I think you agree that the evidence establishes that on or around, I think, April 6th of 2023, I can't remember the name of the insurer, but in any event, forms H and E were filed with the commission, indicating that Mr. Dick and his company had valid insurance except for garage keepers insurance. Do I have that right?
Yes, that is the testimony, Your Honor. I will point out that is well after our violation dates. So
Understood.
Whether or not that insurance was submitted or is sufficient, regardless, it was not in place on February 24th or February 28th.
So I don't think the record indicates whether, as to those 2 forms of insurance, I think it was liability. What was the second one? Help me. I mean, there's forms H, E, and then form 14. I think form 14 is the garage keepers one. And forms H and E are proof or evidence of 2 types of insurance.
Well, I file a W-43, Your Honor, which is opting out of workman's comp coverage for myself.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Johnson, is there any evidence in the record about the status of those 2 forms of insurance today and the period between April 6th and today? I don't think there is, but go ahead.
Mr. Swint testified that he himself had verified that the insurance they provided was insufficient. So in terms of testimony, yes. SNR Towing has not submitted that policy themselves. Mr. Dick testified that his recollection of it going into effect in February was erroneous and that it was dated in April. So I think that is suggestive that the dates in the IFMS report are accurate, the April 6th date.
Understood. And what I'm just trying to figure out is whether there's any evidence in the record regarding whether those 2 forms of insurance, represented by forms H and E, whether Mr. Dick and or his company continued to have those forms of insurance in effect from April 6th to the present. I understand that Mr. Swint testified, essentially what he testified was, even if they were still in effect, they're insufficient for purposes of getting a permit because he still needed the garage keeper's insurance. But what I'm trying to figure out is in this record, whether there's any evidence as to whether those two forms of insurance that were filed with the forms H and E on April 6th have continued to be in effect since April 6th. I don't think there's any evidence in the record on that, but you go ahead and tell me.
I think the only evidence in the record of that is Mr. Swint's testimony that he had that they had not provided up-to-date insurance. So I don't think that there's any proof of them providing a policy at a later date. And 6008 puts that obligation on them. So I agree with you that there's not any new information as to whether that policy is still in effect.
Okay.
Your Honor.
Thank you. Hold on, Mr. Tucker. Hold on. I think you've completed your closing argument, Mr. Johnson. I just want to make sure.
Yes, Your Honor, I have.
Okay. So, Mr. Tucker, let me ask you whether you want to make a closing argument.
Real briefly, Your Honor, I 100% know that he had insurance. I represent the insurance
Judge,
company.
I would object to counsel testifying in his personal recollection, his personal knowledge of whether or not Mr. Dick has up-to-date insurance.
I understand, Mr. Johnston and Mr. Tucker. That's what I'm interested in is what evidence there is. Hold on, Mr. Tucker. I'm interested in you citing the evidence in this record. Just refresh my recollection. Tell me where to look for any evidence that he had insurance at the time of these two alleged violations on February 24th and February 28th. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Judge. It's already been submitted to the PUC. They have the information. I didn't realize this was going to be an issue because it's very obvious. I apologize. I mean, we were actually trying to get the insurance agent on the line as we were on the call with you and during the hearing.
Judge, I object to facts, not evidence.
Okay,
so that's overruled. Go ahead, Mr. Tucker.
And that's I think the problem with this. I think it's premature. If this, I mean, we've received evidence 4 days ago. We've been told things today for the first time. We're being asked questions for the first time today. I think this is a premature ruling. I mean, I can't testify. Obviously, I don't want to. No, don't call Lyle. Don't call Lyle. I mean, you can call Lyle if you want, but I don't think the judge is going to care. Okay, just relax. Just relax. It's just, I think, premature to make this kind of ruling. And I mean, as I said, I can't testify, but my client can. He's had insurance. And the 6-month permit, he didn't even wasn't even allowed to explain.
It was a year permit, and I had 6 months left.
Okay, this is the time for Mr. Tucker to present his closing argument, and that's it. We can't submit any more evidence. You had the opportunity, so Mr. Tucker, please be as concise as you can in your closing argument, either about, I mean, you can talk about what you want, but what would help me is understanding whether there is, in your view, insufficient evidence to find against Mr. Dick and his company on the 2 counts that are against him, and or any penalty related argument that you want to make. So that's what would be helpful to me.
Your Honor, I mean, in all due respect, you gave the other side a lot of time to talk. I've worked for government agencies. I understand how this all works. I'm just telling you, there is not sufficient evidence at this point, especially when there's questions about all sorts of things that are going on. Whether he had insurance. Okay, don't. Wait, sorry, Mike's handing me his phone. Whether he had insurance, whether he had a permit, what he violated. You know, they bring up allegations, and that's fine. That's what, you know, people do. But we haven't had the opportunity to defend ourselves, and I would say that this is premature. I think you should take this under advisement and give us time to show proof of insurance, to show proof of permits, I mean, they denied the permit based on the lack of insurance, which he actually had. So, I mean, that's going to be kind of a catch-22, but I'm willing to fight that. But he did have insurance. And I mean, you can't take my testimony for it, and the other side's not taking his testimony for it. And we can't get the insurance provider on the line. So I think you should take this under advisement, and let us present our case.
Judge, may I respond to the request to take this under advisement when appropriate?
Mr. Johnston, let me just tell both. Well, first of all, hold on 1 second, Mr. Johnston. Mr. Tucker, do you have anything further?
I do not, Judge.
Okay, so what's going to happen here? Well, first of all, let me ask you, Mr. Tucker, it sounds like maybe you're making another motion for a continuance of this hearing. Do I have that right?
No, I'm not asking for a continuance. I'm just saying I don't know how you can make a judgment when the question is whether he had insurance, and he did. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it would just be smart to not make a decision right now until we can provide evidence that he had insurance.
Okay, Mr. Tucker. Let me just say, go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Tucker.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh, I mean, he didn't steal the Subaru. He didn't steal the Nissan. I mean, and that's already very, very clear in this hearing. What's at question is whether he was operating without insurance, which we can provide that.
Okay. Anything further?
Not for me, Your Honor. Sorry.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tucker. Let me just say, you know, as the record reflects, the exhibits in this proceeding were filed by staff on August 25th, 2023, in advance of the then hearing date, which was August 29th, 2023. So they were filed and made available through the Commission's e-filing system. I called the hearing into order on August 29th, 2023, Mr. Tucker, and you attended and requested a continuance, which was opposed by staff, and I granted your request for a continuance, and I continued the hearing until today, September 27th, after taking recommendations from both sides about when the continued hearing would take place. And you indicated that you were available on September 27th, 2023, in other words, today, for this hearing. That's why the hearing was continued until today, based on input from you. As I said, the exhibits have all been available to you since August 25th. Staff emailed them to you within the last week, I don't remember the exact date, but emailed them all to you within the last week. It was readily apparent that one piece of evidence, readily apparent from the CPAN and from the exhibits, that one piece of evidence that's at least relevant to the allegations in the two CPANs was whether Mr. Dick had insurance on the dates of the alleged violations. That was readily apparent. You were given the opportunity today, the day that you picked for this hearing, to present all the evidence relevant to the CPANs. And you had the opportunity and you did. And to suggest that there hasn't been sufficient notice or an opportunity to be heard or present evidence here is contrary to the actual facts in this proceeding. So I just wanted to set the record straight on that.
Can I respond to that, please? Can I please respond? You do have evidence.
Well, okay, Mr. Tucker, here's what I'm going to say. Can you respond? You ended your closing argument. It's my turn to speak here, Mr. Tucker. You ended your closing argument. So against my better judgment, I'm going to let you say something in response to what I just said. Go ahead.
You do have evidence of that.
Of what?
You have the testimony of my client.
And I didn't say, hold on, Mr. Tucker, hold on. I didn't say anything about the evidentiary record. You are asking for an opportunity to present more evidence. And that's what I am responding to. And I'm denying your request for further continuance or any further opportunity to present evidence. So if you have anything further that you'd like to say, not on that issue, I'm happy to listen.
No, you did say, Judge, and in all due respect, you did say that we haven't presented any evidence that he had insurance, and that's not true. He testified to that.
Okay.
And so you're just denying and arbitrarily denying evidence that's contrary to what the PUC is saying, and I don't understand it.
Well, Mr. Tucker, let me just interrupt. I apologize for interrupting. I don't think that's what I said, but the record will reflect what I said. And if I said that, I apologize. It's not what I intended. What I was trying to say is you've had your opportunity to present evidence regarding whether Mr. Slade and or his company had insurance on the dates of the alleged violations, and the record will reflect whether that evidence has been submitted. What I'm saying to you is that you've asked for another opportunity to present more evidence. And my understanding is regarding whether he had insurance on the dates of the alleged violations, and that's what I'm denying. So if you want to make any further, if you want to say anything further, please go ahead, but please try to keep it concise.
Considering the time that the other side took versus the time I took, I'm very concise, Judge. My question is, who do I appeal to? Because I mean, this is the PUC. This is I need to know who to appeal to if you rule against my client.
Okay, and I'm going to cover that. But before I do you have anything further?
Absolutely not.
Okay. So what's going to happen next is I am going to take this. I'm not going to rule here and now. I'm going to, take it under advisement. I'm going to review the record, and I'm going to write a recommended decision. I'm required to write a recommended decision. So that's what I'm going to do. When my recommended decision comes out, it's just a recommended decision. It's just a recommendation to the 3 commissioners at the Public Utilities Commission. You will then have the opportunity to file exceptions to my recommended decision. Exceptions are basically, it's an appeal to the 3 commissioners. And it's your opportunity to write a brief telling the commissioners why I got whatever my ruling is wrong. So you'll have 20 days from the date of my recommended decision, the date that it comes out, to file your exceptions. So that's your first line of appeal, as it were, of my written recommended decision. I can't tell you when that recommended decision is going to come out, but it's not going to be today. I can tell you that. That's what's going to happen. That's the path forward for all of us, particularly for me in the immediate term. As I said, reviewing the record further and then writing a recommended decision, recommending my decision and providing the justifications therefore. That's the path forward, and that's for both of you. Whoever wants to file exceptions, needs to file exceptions. That's the path for effectively appealing whatever my decision is. So with that, let me turn to staff, as you have the burden first, and ask if there's anything further you'd like me to address.
Your Honor, we would just thank you for your time today. Both myself and transportation staff and Ms. Hayden are very thankful for you. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Tucker, is there anything else you'd like me to address?
No, and thank you for your time as well.
Thank you. And let me thank all of you as well for your time today and putting on this hearing. I appreciate it very much. And we are adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.